Uma grande terra, com uma paixão verdadeira, uma camisa amarela, com 5 estrelas brilhantes. Uma história se passou aqui. Há séculos, novos homens vieram, candidatos a desbravar essa terra. Choraram, sorriram, sofreram, lutaram com as mãos. E pés. Com tudo que tinha. Alguns foram humildes, alguns se orgulharam. Assistimos enquanto sonhos viraram poeira. Agora volta a triunfar. Decidir quais nomes vão ecoar no Maracanã. Eternamente. No Brasil, terra de Copa do Mundo.
Good morning, friends, colleagues. Welcome to Zurich, to the third FIFA Medical Conference. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce the chairman of the FIFA Medical Committee, Dr. Michel Daug, also an executive committee member, to make the official welcome and his inauguration speech for the occasion of the 20 years acknowledgement of the work of F-MARC with most of you. Michel, please.
Thank you, Professor. Good morning, friends and colleagues from all over the world. Thank you for having made, for many of you, a long trip to join here the medical family of football for these two-day conferences, whereby we indeed, Professor, will celebrate the 20 years of F-MARC. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a time that the medical world was absolutely not interested in the world of sport. Sport and medicine had no relationship. Very few medical doctors were interested in athletes' problems. This time is long ago, but at the start of my own medical career, around the 1970s, I have, like the older ones with you, experienced that situation. Medicine was purely a matter of health. Sport was only interesting when it concerned lesions, because lesions were simply a matter of health. And when at university I expressed my medical interest for sport, for the athlete, for improvement of physical condition, for prevention in sports practice, this was, for most of my colleagues, an unknown world, not worth of any particular interest. Times have changed. later, there has been a time that sports medicine received more attention, essentially due to the worldwide development of sport itself. General principles valuable for the global world of sport were introduced in many fields, and this was already a great step forward. Books were published about sports lesions, sport physiology, sport psychology, and many, many others. Everything remained, however, under the same global title, sport, resulting in a general sports medical approach being directed towards all sports disciplines. It was, however, as I said, an important step because it opened the world of medicine to the world of sport and vice versa. But today, again, times have changed. In the world of sport, the specificity of each discipline resulted in sports medical problems that were completely different from one discipline to another. How can you compare the medical guidance of a wrestler to that of a bicycle racer? And even in the same discipline, differences became evident and had medical repercussions. For example, if you consider athletics, do you accompany medically a high jumper just like a marathon runner? And indeed, times have changed again. And so we arrived really to the third step. From medicine only interested in health, we came to sports medicine also interested in physical condition, and today to specific discipline-directed medical approach. And one of these specific approaches is, of course, the football medicine. It became immediately the most important one, simply because football today is played in some 209 national associations, nearly all present here. Today, it is played by some 300 million football players, receiving concrete interest from at least 1.5 billion interested people. And this gives us, football doctors, an important place in the contemporary society. But it gives us, however, also an important responsibility. The first football doctors had only one specific duty: the treatment of lesions. If their player could play the next weekend, they were good doctors. If their player could not play, they were bad doctors. So simple it was. But progressively, however, the medical care of football players became so complex that one person can no longer master all the aspects of medicine that are of relevance to football. And as a result, football medicine, like football itself, has become a team effort. Today, there are 4 pillars of medical care that are classically applied to football: the locomotoric problems, the physiology, the psychology, and the pharmacology. The first one is the locomotoric pillar, whereby we also have to consider elements of traumatology, orthopedics, physical medicine, and rehabilitation. Let's take the knee as an example. Years ago, as there already existed a tennis elbow, the medical world used also the term football knee. In almost all cases, this referred to an injury to the meniscus. Today, the game became spectacularly faster, the training charge much more intense, and the competition calendars became much heavier. Consequently, the football knee evolved from a simple meniscus injury to a more complex pathology involving the collateral and the cruciate ligaments. Moreover, these same stress factors have claimed another victim, the cartilage. The cartilage is today the #1 victim of the still increasing charge on our top football players, who have sometimes to perform 85 to 90 times a year. The second pillar is the physiology. Besides being a discipline of technical skill and tactical intelligence, football is also a world where the physical condition can make the difference. This was a long time neglected in football compared to other disciplines like athletics and swimming, because the focus was directed towards the locomotoric problems. Today, however, we must convince nobody of the importance of an adequate physical condition with special attention to speed, to endurance, to resistance. Is it a coincidence that at the recent World Cup in Brazil, not less than 12 goals were made during the second half of the prolongations, consequence of a difference in physical condition between the teams? The third pillar is the psychology. More and more, we see that psychologists join the medical teams in our clubs and national associations to obtain an effective balance between, on one side, concentration, motivation, engagement, and, on the other side, the necessary relaxation to perform in stress situations. And finally, the fourth pillar is the pharmacological one. This concerns, on one side, our continuous and successful fight against doping, whereby we can demonstrate very good results, but on the other side, the abuse of analgesics and anti-inflammatory drugs, extending itself more and more over the youth categories. We must also mention that besides these four basic pillars, there is a narrow relationship with many other disciplines. So with the cardiology, in cases of sudden cardiac arrest on the field and in the preventive sphere, with the neurology, in cases of concussions, with the emergency medicine, in all cases of acute problems on the field, with the medical imaging in the diagnostic approach of lesions, with nutrition, with hydration, with hygiene, and with so many others. The worldwide globalization of football has created new problems in the medical sector. What are acceptable criteria for adaptation to jet lag in cases where a long acclimatization period is not possible? What medical preparation and care is needed for a team playing matches and tournaments at high altitude? What measures should be taken for matches in extreme climatological conditions? The Medical Commission of FIFA, since 1994, supported by F-MARC, FIFA's Scientific Medical Assessment and Research Center, has introduced a number of suggestions that were approved by the Executive Committee and by the International Board responsible for the changes in the competition regulations. I speak about the compulsory use of shin guards, the possibility for players to hydrate themselves throughout the match, the sanctioning of tackles from behind amounting to full play with a red card, the red card for the voluntary elbow kick on the face of the opponent, and more recently, some adaptations were introduced in our own FIFA competitions. So in cases of possible cardiac arrest, in conditions whereby a player falls down without any specific reason, without any contact, the doctor may intervene directly on the field without waiting for the authorization of the referee. You know that in such a situation, each minute is important and an immediate intervention can be life-saving. In cases of possible concussion, the game will be stopped and the doctor receives 3 minutes to do a short neurological evaluation of the player. Before the game starts again, the referee will consult the doctor. It is the doctor and only the doctor who will decide if the player can go on with the match. This gives our doctors an important authority, but in the same time, an important responsibility. And finally, when the wet bulb globe temperature, a mixture of temperature, humidity, wind, and solar inclination, exceeds 32 degrees, measured, as you can see, on a specific instrument, the referee can organize a drink and cooling stop at the 30th and the 75th minute. This was the case during the final of the Olympic tournament in Peking in 2008, and during the last World Cup in Brazil, it happened once, during the match between the Netherlands and Mexico in Fortaleza. An important aspect in the development of football medicine is the prevention in different aspects. The illustrative examples, two illustrative examples of the value of good preventive exercises are the Nordic hamstring exercise that prevents up to 75% of hamstring lesions, and particularly of the very frequent re-injury, and of course the 11+, a global preventive program created by F-MARC, whereby epidemiological studies prove that they can decrease musculotendinous and other non-contact lesions up to 50%. Prevention means also care for an adequate equipment, for the PCMA, the pre-competition medical assessment, directed towards orthopedic, but of course essentially towards cardiologic deformities. Instructions to coaches by theoretical and practical courses of injury prevention. Prevention means also avoid as much as possible the risk factors for accidental and overuse injuries. An example of an accidental injury is a lesion to the anterior cruciate ligament of the knee due to the fact that considerable forces place great strain on the knee joint. If a player has been well trained, has undergone adequate rehabilitation after a former injury, and has trained his proprioceptive control mechanisms, he will withstand greater strain. An example of overuse injury is the runner's knee. By continuous repetition of running movements, for example, during training camps, overuse is also affected by other factors, such as a change in the surface in cold weather, or by internal factors as muscle tension or poor running technique. The risk and seriousness of injury increases with age. Indeed, increasing age leads to less elasticity and strength in tissues. They can withstand less strain and are more readily damaged. Never forget that the most frequent reason for an injury is a former injury. To avoid these repetitive injuries, each injury must be treated intensively, and one should never ignore minor injuries, as they can lead to more serious ones. Injuries must have sufficient time to heal. We should provide to each injury an adequate rehabilitation. In the prevention, mental factors are also important. Factors as personality, self-confidence, and motivation reduce the risk for injury. But on the other hand, mental factors like poor concentration or low motivation increase the risk for injury. More and more today, a scientific approach of preventive measures constitutes a basic element in the medical care of our players. And finally, in our challenge towards a better football medicine, elements as instruction and education have taken a very important place. Already in 1994, FIFA and his medical commission have created a specific medico-scientific institution called F-MARC, FIFA's Medical Assessment and Research Center. And this was the start of an impressive number of studies and publications focused on the different themes of football medicine. Prevention, with the 11+ as best example, epidemiological studies about injuries, cardiac and emergency situations, concussions, nutrition, hydration, women's football, and many, many others. F-MARC gave also the scientific support for our global strategy towards doping, whereby we have been on top in the introduction of the biological passport, and whereby during the recent World Cup in Brazil, we have been the first international sport federation to control all the participating athletes, resulting in 1,033 doping controls. In an effort to bring football medicine closer to all athletes in the world, we have created the FIFA F-MARC Medical Centers of Excellence, whereby today we have worldwide some 42 medical ambassadors responding to 4 main criteria. Presence, of course, of an important sports medical practice, scientific support by studies and publications, educational activities towards young sports doctors, physiotherapists, and paramedical staff, and unity of vision with the medical strategy of FIFA, including the will to participate to worldwide epidemiological studies. Furthermore, a subgroup of the Medical Committee and F-MARC is preparing a worldwide internet course around football medicine. In the future, we will use the most modern communication technologies to reach all over the world these colleagues interested on different levels in football medicine. And finally, we have given a completely new dimension to our medical work. Until recently, we offered medicine to football, trying to improve, from a medical point of view, all problems around health and physical condition of our athletes. Today, we use a new slogan, Football for Health, using football at all ages as an instrument of health against sedentarism, obesitas, hypertension, diabetes, and others. The first studies prove the efficiency of playing football above all other ways of motion by its combination of aerobic and anaerobic efforts as a first-line method to improve health. Ladies and gentlemen, medicine and football, it are 2 great worlds with a fantastic and bilateral interaction. The medical help has improved football. The football has improved the athlete's health. Working in this field is an incredible challenge with great expectations towards the future. The great Harvey Cushing, the founding father of the neurosurgery, wrote, "If a medical life is not a divine vocation, nothing is a vocation, and nothing is divine." To work as a medical doctor in the teamwork of football needs a specific vocation. To be able to help doing that, to improve the health of young people, is simply divine. I thank you. And now I give the floor to the chairman of the FIFA F-MARC Research Center, to Professor Dvorak himself.
Good morning again. We are actually acknowledging the 20 years of F-MARC, and I would like to share with you the path of the past 20 years and also acknowledge those who contributed. It's a long journey from medicine to football for health. And you have found in your bags this book, which is kind of diary of our work. And at the end, you will find the acknowledgement to those who contributed. More than 1,000 researchers were involved over the past 20 years in the different aspects you just have heard, and which we would like to share with you during these 2 days, with the final objective to implement the advancement of the research and science into the daily life of those we are responsible for. So the journey started actually in 1988. They were the first contact with, at that time, Secretary General of FIFA, Mr. Blatter. He asked me in 1991, in course of preparation of the World Cup for the United States, to give some more information about the background of football medicine, and also arguments in course of the preparation for the World Cup in the United States. The invitation to come and observe what was football doing was accepted under one objective, and I will come a little later to this. At that time, that was the time before Medline, it was the time before computers. The Apple just started, also in the medicine. And I have found in the library 600 research papers related to football. The majority of them were related to the injuries of the knee and ankle joints, most of them surgical papers. I found only 2 papers on epidemiology and only 1 paper on the prevention of injuries. So that was the starting point, which obviously set up the ground and the pace and the idea what should be done. So the invitation to come to the World Cup 1994 was accepted only under the condition that Mr. Blatter set up the objective. And the question was very simple: what medicine, medical, and science can offer to improve the football as game. At that time, in focus of the administrator, Secretary General, were the injuries. So what can be done that the frequency of football injuries and related symptoms can be reduced at all levels of play? That was very important. Do not focus on the top professionals. They are less than 1% of those 300 millions. Focus on the entire world of football. Very simple question, but very difficult to answer. 20 years later, where we are today here, the aims and objectives from the 1994 are still valid, considering that the football family grew or enlarged by more than 1/3. So what were the objectives? And this is the original slide from 1994. The aims and goals formulated in June 1994. Number 1, reduction of injuries on the field. Reduction of the long-term degenerative changes due to extensive use of joints and repetitive minor injuries. Development of custom-made prevention program for football players at different level of skills, because there was only one research study on prevention with 147 players, by the way. And the final objective, and this is to consider how long does it take to create the results. Based upon scientific data, promotion of football as an appropriate sport to increase physical well-being, as well as positively influencing the psychosocial environment. I will come a little later to the group from Copenhagen, what they have done in this direction. So that was 20 years ago. You are here, you have no scientific background, there is very little in the literature, but the direction was very clear. We have to go into the epidemiology and into the prevention. So we have to create a team. The first member of the team was Dr. Astrid Junge. She is since 1997 a full-time involved in the work of F-MARC as the head of the F-MARC research. Her background is psychology and epidemiology, and she is currently professor at the Medical School of Hamburg. She is the stronghold in the development of the F-MARC work. So we created at that time, very humble, a team to work. We used a very simple measures, just a meter, a weight, to measure the strength, performance, and all the bodily variables to keep it as simple as possible. Lars Petersen was one of the most experienced football doctors at that time, and he was very close to the team from the very beginning until today. We measured some variables to get some epidemiological data at the different level of skills, from youth, from children into the adults, from professionals to the recreational football players, and it was the first very large study with more than 1,000 football players in Czech Republic with the support of the Czech Football Association and Dr. Chomiak, who meanwhile became professor at the Charles University in Prague, by the way, with most of the original papers published with us with the F-MARC. From this study, 1998-1999, one of the most important aspects we have investigated was just the statistical calculation of risk factors leading to injuries in football players at the different level of skills. And just based upon the different variables we have obtained, we have calculated 17 statistically relevant risk factors leading to injuries. So based upon the risk factors, we were calculating how many injuries are occurring per player and year, and there are 2.1 injuries per player a year. So based upon the risk factors, we have designed a preventive program accordingly, developed based on evidence from research studies or best practice. It took a few years to publish that work in 2000, so research always needs time. That was the first supplement published in the American Journal of Sports Medicine. 2 years later, based on this stringent structure, we presented the first research program on the prevention. The first preventive study we have done with a small group of close to 200 players. One group performed the preventive program during one season, and one continued. We did that study in Switzerland, and after 1 year, we have seen very encouraging data. Yes, it is worthy to follow that path because the injury rate dropped by 36% in the group performing the prevention program. The Swiss National Institute for the Swiss National Accident Corporation has adopted that program, and representative of the 209 member association for management of 600 million injuries per year. This is a huge medical industry, 600 million football-related injuries. If we can cut it by half to 300 million, then calculate again, and you will not have enough zeros on your iPhone to multiply 300 million or 600 million times 100. This is the average cost of a football-related injuries. Then you come to an incredible number of 60 billion US dollars or whatever currency a year. So to cut it down, we have the potential of saving to the solidarity community around the world approximately 300 billion a year. Just keep it in mind. We are talking really here big figures. New Zealand, a very small but very active member association, is involved in this program since 10 years. The New Zealand Accident Corporation has calculated that if they invest $1 Kiwi into the prevention program, it will result in $8 saving on medical costs due to the football-related injuries. So it's already times 8. And this is the fact. That's an implementation on nationwide scale. In 2 weeks, we will be implementing or reinforcing the implementation of the program in New Zealand on the occasion of the FIFA Under-20 World Cup in New Zealand. And on 1st of June, just on Monday, coming Monday, together with the Canadian Football Association and with the Ministry of Health, we will introduce and launch the nationwide implementation in Canada. The Canadian government offered $1 million for the implementation of the program in all clubs in Canada. This is the power of science. We not even need to negotiate with the governments. The governments come to us and ask for support or for collaboration. This is the way to go, and again, this is the power of science. Iran, another example, very active association. So it goes, this program, and we would like to share with you, because you should represent those ideas or implement those ideas within your member association. Coming back so far to the injury prevention. The injury prevention on one side, on the preparation, the injury prevention also by analyzing the cause of the injuries and maybe having even impact on the laws of the game or the rules or the interpretation of the rules. 1998, we created a very powerful partnership. Partnership means, at least for me, if the partner brings something that I do not have, then we are equal partners. Otherwise, we don't need to partner. Dr. Colin Fuller from England, 1998, published a very remarkable paper analyzing, by watching videos from football games, the origin of potential injuries. But Colin Fuller, as an expert in risk assessment and risk management, didn't have the medical data. Coincidentally, we have introduced 1998 at the World Cup in France an assessment or monitoring of all injuries. And some of you who are team doctors of the national teams participated in the different World Cups, you know that we are assessing, asking you to give us a medical report of all injuries. So on one side, we have the medical information. On the other side, we have the know-how from Colin Fuller on the analysis of injuries. Linking the medicines with the high tech allow us to watch the different injuries, such as this one, elbow to head. And if you see, the referee will be passing these incidents and doing nothing. So we have looked into this in more details, and finally published the second supplement in the American Journal of Sports Medicine in 2004, the incidence and causation of injuries in football, with 11 original papers, just to understand what is happening. And we have shared this information with the International Football Association Board and told them this kind of incidents, they have to be punished. They have to disappear from the field of football. So they are now sanctioned by the red card, and this incident has disappeared, or at least they are significantly reduced. From this work, we have published the third supplements, this time in this British Journal of Sports Medicine, on heading in football and related to traumatic brain injuries, with 10 original papers and including a consensus paper from this group, being followed by 2 additional supplements, which was the result of group of experts, Concussion in Sports group, where we had the consequent meetings in Zurich in 2008 and 2012. We are planning the next one, 2016, in Berlin in Germany. From this, Swiss Concussion Project has developed to understand the background, and we will hear more during the course of this day. Let's come back again in our historical perspective to the next one, to the FIFA World Cup in United States. Not only the F-MARC was created, but something was really not right on this 28th June 1994. If we see on the left Mr. Blatter and on the right João Avalanche, the president of FIFA at that time, they were really worried. And they had reason to be worried, because their really very famous football star from Argentina was to be kicked out from the World Cup while tested positive for prohibited substances. That was a major step for FIFA to take immediate action at the World Cup and to expel the most famous and most beloved player. We worked on this case, and for David Homan, I just will quote the last sentence on this, what was presented to FIFA General Secretary, lessons from Maradona case. Doping and regular information of national federations of FIFA in form of educational leaflets and events, which should finally prevent the intake of banned drugs. Obviously, perpetuating information about the substances in question can't be stressed enough. That was 1994. This sentence was the foundation of the long-term strategy of fight against doping. Very commonly we are asked why FIFA has so few positive cases at the highest level of football game. And I always say this is the result of the long-term strategy. Of course, the media do not believe that. I'm absolutely convinced that the education is the key. 1998, we were confronted, prior to the World Cup in France, with a substance, nandrolone, anabolic steroid, which was on one side used for doping in certain sports. On the other side, we have discovered that nandrolone was purposely, intentionally being added to substances being sold over the counter, supplements, vitamins, and so on. On the other side, there was a discussion how much nandrolone is the limit. At that time, it was 0 from the laboratories. But we had cases with traces of nandrolone in the urine of people who really convincingly didn't take any nandrolone. And that was the beginning of collaboration with another very important person in the fight against doping, and that was Martial Sochi. He designed a very simple study with us, 2 groups. One group was normal living, and one group was taking or was performing a very strengthful exercise, 90 minutes football game. And they were amateur players, students from the University of Lausanne. And he took urine after the strengthening exercise, after football game, and analyzed for traces of nandrolone. And he found that a physical, strenuous exercise will lead to an excretion of nandrolone metabolites, which are of endogenous origin and a very low concentration. So based upon this study, just before the World Cup 98 in France, the limit of 2 nanograms per milliliter has been established, and Martial Sochi received the Manfred Dönicke, one of the pioneers of anti-doping fight, an award in 1999. At the same time, the laboratory in Cologne, together with us, analyzed more than 600 food supplements being sold in Germany, United States, and we found more than 30% of those supplements were contaminated intentionally by nandrolone. This is criminal act. And we knew that most of those supplements were coming from United States, but the Food and Drug Administration in United States has no regulations as related to the food supplements. So we couldn't do anything else but warn all the players, all the football players, please do not take any supplements because you could unintentionally consume and prohibited substances. And again, David, that was a long-term process. For years, we were telling that at every meeting all around the world. So when we had few cases in the late 90s, they disappeared in the beginning of 2000. The Americans, it took them 10 years to rediscover that, and they were speaking about American roulette contaminated dietary supplements. That's why you had in the United States for a long time many more nandrolone cases. 2002, FIFA was one of the first international, if not the first international federation, who introduced at the highest level blood examination at the World Cup, at the level of World Cup. It was new for us. So the medical officers at the World Cup had to come back again. Most of them are clinicians, surgeons, including myself. I maybe did my first blood samplings or the blood samplings when I was resident. So we have to learn again how to take blood because we had to do it during the World Cup. So all the medical officers were advised to take at least 100 blood samples prior to the World Cup without missing the veins. We had the tolerance on 1 to 2 missing veins. So it was 2002. We have asked all the team physicians, and some of them are still here in this audience, to support this long-term strategy in fight against doping. They have signed the declaration of, or the memorandum of understanding to support the strategy of blood sampling during the World Cup 2002. That was a major step. The results were very clear. There was absolutely no sign or no indication of blood doping at the World Cup 2002. So following that, and again, this is the history, 2002, we also stipulated and presented at the first World Anti-Doping Conference in Copenhagen 2003, asking, please, credit the medical profession with this task by developing strong international network. And we are still of the opinion that the medical profession must be responsible for the fight against doping, not the administrators. It has to be the medical profession because we have a different approach to the athletes than an administrator have. We are convinced that it is an ethical and not political problem. Sports federation, physicians are key players in education and preparing the way. This is what we presented at the first WADA conference in Copenhagen in March 2003. And we have not deviated from this strategy. We managed to get the 3 leading persons on the stage to sign the memorandum 2005 in Paris. At that time, the president of WADA, Mr. Pound, the president of the IOC, Jacques Roque, and president of FIFA, Mr. Blatter. 2006, we published the next supplement in the British Journal on the strategy in fight against doping for doctors, but also for the media to understand. Steroid profile has been introduced 2007 at the level of FIFA, and it was very highly acknowledged by the newly elected Director General David Homan on the occasion of the FIFA Women's World Cup 2007. 2013, we organized a consensus meeting with top leaders in the fight against doping and presented the next publication, 2014, just before the World Cup in Brazil, to set the pace, and in particular, the new anti-doping strategy, the biological passport. Prevention of sudden cardiac death, prevention of sudden cardiac arrest, and the management of sudden cardiac arrest. Ephraim Kramer is the driving force behind. The emergency doctor from Johannesburg, he was in charge of the services for the World Cup 2010 in Johannesburg, and since then he is one of our closest collaborators in this particular mission. We have to do everything to prevent sudden cardiac death on the pitch. Professor Tim Meyer from Germany has taken, as a sports cardiologist, the initiative to organize an international registry for sudden cardiac arrest, sudden cardiac death around the world. This is a project which he will be running for the next 4 years, and he will ask you for the collaboration. We want to have more survivors, such as Fabrice Muamba. So the concept of the 11 was very well established. And last year, we used the already very well established system of the 11 for health, using the power of football to tackle or to help to tackle the epidemic of Ebola in Western Africa. With our African colleagues, we have designed very simple messages to prevent the contamination or the dissemination of the Ebola virus in the 3 respective countries. And together with the World Bank, we have created very simple posters. They were hanging around the side roads. We have created video clips that were played on the national televisions, and they were also played on the national radio. And I just show you what has been done and how it was done.
Doctors have inspired top footballers from some of the world's best-known clubs to join forces with FIFA, the World Bank, and health experts to deliver a powerful education and awareness campaign to help in the fight against Ebola. The 11 Against Ebola campaign brings together the popularity of football with 11 simple health messages designed to improve understanding of the Ebola virus and to reduce the chances of the disease spreading.
Know the symptoms.
Seek help for safe burials.
Avoid body contact.
Featuring Cristiano Ronaldo, Neymar, Didier Drogba, Philipp Lahm, and many other top players, the 11 Against Ebola campaign seeks to give those living in affected regions the information they need to help protect themselves and their community.
My name is Cristiano Ronaldo.
My name is Didier Drogba.
My name is Gareth Bale.
Together, we can beat Ebola.
I mean, that was an example how to use in emergency situation the popularity of football. All those big stars agreed. They were just few telephone calls. They agreed to do these video clips. It was done within 2 weeks, so we could act fast. It was launched in October last year in those 3 African countries. And I would like to stress, no money involved. Everything was done for free. Anything, by the way, what we do in medicine, no money is involved. Maybe this is one of the privileges that we have, and we can also use this platform for free. Meanwhile, Ebola disappeared, and we think that we have at least humbly, jointly with the different organizations, we contributed to the elimination of the virus in the West African countries. But there were other aspects we have worked on, the women's football, the nutrition, football and altitude in Latin America. Very important one, the Ramadan and football with Dr. Yassin Zergini from Algeria and Don Kirkendall from United States, Hakim Shalabi from Algeria and Qatar, and Ron Moon from England. We have done a lot about the Ramadan. We have contributed, or we have offered a tool to determine the age to eliminate the overaged players playing in the under-17 by determining the age based upon the MRI images. Football on heat, that was a major breakthrough to establish cooling breaks during the FIFA World Cup.
38.8 degrees Celsius. And now we will have the first ever official cooling break at a World Cup finals fixture. And we will pause for exactly 3 minutes while these players can take on board much needed liquid refreshment. Humidity in the mid-60s. It's not just hot, but it's sticky hot.
And we could only do it because we have offered FIFA the scientific evidence. There was a large study being performed 2006, 2007, and 2008 together with the Turkish Football Association in the hottest spot in Turkey, in Adana, where we got the information that it is really helpful in that situation to interrupt the game. And I have learned, meanwhile, that number of member associations has implemented this rule in their national competitions and in the leagues. So FIFA and public health. The question is it a mandate to us, doctors, to you? Is it our ethical duty because we have the evidence? Or is it a unique chance and opportunity to use this powerful platform, to use football to contribute to the improvement of public health? And I think it's a combination of all three. In a way, we were mandated in 1994 by President Blatter to work on this, to create the scientific evidence. We have the scientific evidence based upon the studies which were done in Copenhagen, Science proved that playing football on a regular basis contributes to the improvement of public health. So twice a week, 45 minutes football for all is the best prevention medicine. So they call it the exercise football pill. And Peter Krustrup and Jens Spangsbo will report on the results of, meanwhile, 68 original papers. Just to give you an idea what means original paper. During my work at the European Science Foundation, I have learned that one original paper published in peer-reviewed journal is on average value of €500,000. So if you have 68 original papers, it's a value contribution to the society of more than 30 million. This is the figures which we are talking about, but they did it for friction, I think not even 1 million. So the concept of 11 continued to the 11 for health, which was already mentioned, to prevent any disease. And the 11 for health program has been created as a part of medical legacy for the World Cup 2010 in South Africa or at the African continent. 11 simple messages proved to improve knowledge and change the attitude of the children in the schools. So I'm coming to the end. Meanwhile, F-MARC, together with the more than 1,000 scientists around the world, published 369 original papers. This is the source of the knowledge that justifies us that we implement those results into the daily football life. The 42 FIFA Medical Center of Excellence are our strongholds, and I think we should create more, that they are equally distributed on this landscape. We have big parts of the world where we have no representation, so we encourage you to follow the application requirements to establish or to receive the accreditation as a FIFA Medical Center of Excellence and become part of the international network. So what medicine and science can offer to improve the game of football? The aims and objectives from 1994 are still valid. We have to continue. More to be done to promote football as health-enhancing leisure activity among the 209 member associations of FIFA. With this, I would like to finish my talk. Thank you very much for your attention and particularly your presence here in Zurich for this medical conference. Thank you very much. So now, administrative announcement. We have 20 minutes break for coffee, and then we come sharp 10:20 here in the audience. Thank you. So I would like to introduce you now the next speaker, Professor Astrid Junge. I have already introduced in my first speech, and she will be talking about the injuries and epidemiology. Astrid?
Yoshi, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, since 1998, FIFA is surveying all injuries during their competition, and I'm going to give you a short overview about our results. So we started with the World Cup in 1998, and up to now we have 69 tournaments, FIFA tournaments, and the football competition within the Olympic Games. If we look just at the outdoor competitions, it's 61 and in about 2,000 matches. We have a response rate of 96%, and such we documented more than 60,000 match hours. Within this time, we had an injury registered of 4,452, which is on average 2.4 injuries per match. And if we look at timeless injuries only, we see it's 1,763, which is about one timeless injury per match. It's a little bit different in the different types of tournaments. You have on the left side the men's tournaments, on the right side the women's tournaments, and at the moment I'm focusing on the World Cups only. The red bars are all injuries, orange bars are timeless injuries. And here you have the different years of the World Cup. You can clearly see within the men's World Cups a decrease of injuries from 1.7 timeless injury per match to 1. While you see for the Women's World Cups an increase. And the same also applies for the Olympic Games. A clear decrease in the injury rate in the men's tournament and an increase for the women's tournament, but only until 2008, while in 2012, the injury rate dropped. And now we are very interested to see what will happen during the next Women's World Cup in France. For the junior competitions, first of all, the men, you see neither for the under 20 nor for the under 17 any trend, no increase, no decrease. It's always around one timeless injury per match for under 20 as well as for under 17. For the junior competition of the female players, again, no clear trend for the under 19, under 20 championship, but an increase for the under 17 tournament, which still has, compared to the other tournaments, the lowest number of injuries with, on average, 0.7 per match. If we compare the different location of injuries between male and female players, we see more head injuries in the female players and more ankle injuries, while we see in the men's more thigh injuries and more injuries of the lower leg. This very well corresponds to the type of injuries. More concussions in the female players, more sprains, while we see more strains and muscle injuries in male players. For the mechanism of injury, in female as well as in male players, it's about 20% of the injuries which occur without any contact. But within the contact injuries, we see a big difference between male players, where about half of the contact injuries are due to foul play, 39% of all injuries, compared to 32 injuries by in female players. So we see a big difference in injury mechanism for contact injuries between male and female players. Concerning the severity of time-loss injury, we see slightly more severe injuries in the female players, but there is no big statistic difference. We have about 5% of the time-loss injuries are classified as severe injuries, so which means absence of 4 or more weeks in the female players and 4% in the male players. This is on average 1 to 2 severe injury per tournament. To sum up, we have an incidence of 1 time-loss injury per match in about all tournaments, except we have more severe injuries in the Men's World Cup. Injury location is primarily at the joints and muscles of the lower leg, with more head injuries and ankle injuries in the female players and less thigh injuries in the female players. Type of injury is contusion, if we look at all injuries, and it's strains and sprains, if we look at time-loss injuries only. And concerning type of injuries, we have more concussions in the female players, more sprains, so joint injuries, and more strains, muscle injuries in the male players. For mechanism of injury, we can say on average in FIFA tournament, 80% are caused by contact, and 38% are caused by foul play. But we see a lower range of foul play-caused injuries in the female players. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Astrid, for your important contribution to the fantastic work of F-MARC. Dear colleagues, you are all doctors of national teams. You are all team doctors. And you have, of course, your own experience, but I think we can learn from each other, and that's why we have thought that it was a good idea to bring on the floor some of the team doctors of important national teams in the world of FIFA. And it is with pleasure that I give first the floor to my friend Jan Beasley, who is the team doctor of the national team of England. Jan, you have the floor.
Thank you very, very much, Michelle. It's a real privilege to be here. It's a slightly humbling one when I see the achievements of F-MARC and FIFA over the years in football medicine. And although I've been in football for nearly 30 years now, as a team doctor at various levels of the game in England, I don't think I've really hit the heights that FIFA have as yet. One thing I must say with our performance in the World Cup last year is no matter how well you prepare, it doesn't necessarily equal success. We prepared for months and months and months last year, and we were in the tournament for 5 days. So just to tell you that perhaps you might want to take what I say with a pinch of salt. I think I prepare so that I don't get any surprises. Surprises make me lose sleep, and that's a really bad thing. I hate to wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and think I haven't done something. The worst is going to happen tomorrow, and I'm not prepared for it. So I hope there's going to be no surprises. For me, communication is everything. So I start relatively early by communicating with everybody that I need to in order to make sure that I get to where I want to be when we depart for the tournament, and I don't have those sleepless nights. So I make sure that I get in touch with all the clubs where our players are playing. I make sure I talk to our team operations or administration staff, and I understand exactly what they're doing. I make sure I talk to our security staff, because there will be some restrictions on what I can do, and if I want to take someone for a scan outside a hotel or a training camp, then security have to be aware that I'm doing so. Famous players attract the press like bees around honey, and you know, I'm not immune to that. I make sure that FIFA and UEFA are giving me all the information that I need, and attend every workshop that I can, because I quite like meeting everybody else. But also, I think I always learn from everybody. And I make sure I try and get in touch with anyone locally where we're traveling, so that I'm not left needing drugs, a scan or something, and I don't know who to ask. I try and always visit the venues. So next year is the European Championships. We hope to qualify for that and stay in the tournament a bit longer than we did at the World Cup. But I try and visit where we're going to have our training camp. I make sure that I visit all the venues that we're going to play at, and I make sure that I interact with our team administration staff so that they understand what I'm doing. I can tell them what my needs are if things aren't in place. Internet, I put internet there because internet is the most important thing to players. You might think it's kit, it's training venue, it's the pitch. It's not. The first thing they ask when they get to a hotel is, where's the internet? What's the internet code? And then they get their PlayStations out of their bag. Anybody that travels with teams will know this anyway. I always visit all the hospitals. I make sure where the imaging, pathology, an ITU, pharmacy, and I try and visit the ambulance station and talk to the ambulance drivers and the ambulance personnel. I look at where the nearest pharmacy is to where we're staying, and I obviously visit the stadium and training grounds to make sure that we are doing what we should do. An EAP is an emergency action plan. I was just talking to Ephraim Kramer about this. It's all about planning. I need to make sure that if a player collapses on me, someone falls down the stairs, one of the staff twists and breaks their ankle at pitch side, I understand exactly what I'm supposed to do, where I'm supposed to go, and what will happen to that person, player or staff. You may remember that our physio had a fracture dislocation of his ankle in Manaus. It's just about the worst place. It's just so far from home. There's always endemic diseases, no matter where you go. I had a big argument with a player once about tick-borne encephalitis in Austria, malaria prophylaxis, seasonal illnesses, swine flu in India, the flu in Rio, trying to understand travel, departure times, arrival times, hygiene, illness prevention. So everybody gets a little foam container that kills every virus known to man. So that because everyone touches their face, goes to the toilet and eats on a plane, that's all they do apparently, all the studies show. I'm trying to make sure they don't cross-infect. There are environmental challenges. We've already heard about WBGT. I always take a WBGT measurement device with me and make sure. So I'm just interested in how much weight players lose when they train compared to what the WBGT is. I think I'm a bit of an anorak. I've got all this stuff recorded. In English, an anorak will be someone who's a bit of a geek, by the way. No defib, no game. I was just saying to Ephraim Kramer, when I started out in the late 80s, I sat up in the stand at the football club I worked for. We didn't have a defib. I'm embarrassed to tell you that, but that was then, this is now. We're a bit better prepared. Everybody loves my FIFA bag, by the way. And then, so I have a list of drugs. I have to make sure they're all in date. Minimum medical requirements. I have to make sure that all the equipment that I want to use, I've got or got access to. I'm just not happy about turning up and finding out that the spinal board doesn't have spider straps but has other types of straps, and we're trying to get someone off the pitch in a safe way, and we don't know how anything works and which way the Velcro goes. It just is awful. So I always try and prepare everything and practice everything. I'm never going to get it all right, obviously, as you can tell by looking at me standing here, but what I'm trying to do is to make sure that I mitigate any mistakes that I make. The concussion tools, although the the concussion pocket recognition tool is really something that might be used in the lower leagues. I keep one with me because I'm going to forget everything with 50 million people watching me. And I make sure that I have all the equipment that I like to use with me. And I have to know where it is in the bag before I go on the pitch. I have a little 5 minutes in the dressing room to make sure that I'm absolutely clear about ABC, where all my equipment is, and what I'm going to do if things go wrong. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Jan. Bert Mandelbaum, I met first time 1994 when he was the team physician of the US soccer team, and since then he was up to the last at the 2006 team physician of the national team. He's still the team physician of the Galaxy in Los Angeles. Bert?
Usually, Michelle, it's great to be here in the celebration of 20 years of F-MARC, and what a great day hearing all the accomplishments and evolution. But at this point, this focus is really on you, the team physician at this point, the team doctor. And we love the concept, one world, one medical team. And why? Together, everyone achieves more. That's the team. As we all, as team physicians and FIFA and our various organizations come together, what we can do collectively is so powerful. So it's important. One world, one medical team, the two ones, like everything else today you hear, it's about 11. So we've developed 11 steps for the team doctor. So how does it all start in terms of these relationships of what's important to us every day, all the time, taking care of our athletes? First, it's our mission. And the mission here, as it says, to manage the safety and health of the athlete and the team through prevention, optimizing performance, and injury and illness care. Our goals, like always, are about prevention. You can see the spectrum of sudden death, heat, illness, concussions, ACL tears, stress fractures, groin pain, osteoarthritis. Performance, fitness, strength, fluids, nutrition, altitude and heat adaptation, and most importantly, as you heard, being drug-free. And lastly, injury and illness care. The diagnosis, treatment, rehabilitation, return to sports are critical for those of us as team doctors. Number 10, when we have our assignments, where are we going? What are the specifics of the competition? Is it a World Cup? Where is it? When is it? What time of year? What the heat is, the altitude, the humidity. How about the disease issues? Malaria, dengue, swine flu, yellow fever, all of which must be considered immunizations and other issues with public health issues in your respective country. Number 9, that elite athlete you're about to care for has some performance specificity to it. We have to understand the level, the age criteria, as you heard from Yuji earlier, the gender, the beauty of female football, fitness level, nutrition, heat and altitude adaptation, the chronobiology, getting to the games and adapting, and the psychology of the event. Number 8, we are the team's team. And you, the team doctor, very differently than years before, have a very elaborate team. Trainers, physicians, specialists in concussion, therapists, nutritionists, massage, podiatrists, chiropractors, biomechanists, and don't forget about your administrators and your general managers, all part of your team going forward to make you most effective. Number 7, it's about relationships. And we spent a lot of time a few years ago talking about the relationships between those of us in the club and those of us in the national team and those who do both. We have to understand the status of those players, the coach, the team objectives with respect to each player's injury, illness, and status, and most importantly, their motivations for that national team or club team event. It changes, it's dynamic. We need to be integral to those decisions. Number 6, as you heard from Dr. Beasley, it's important to understand the equipment, what your medical bag is, what it has in it, and how to use it. Practically speaking, it has to be pragmatic and how effectively you can implement that on the field of play and beyond. Number 5, pre-competition. We have to understand all the prevention protocols, and it all starts with the PCMA, pre-competition medical assessment. We have to understand the 11 plus and how to implement it, not only with respect to our team, but in our environments. Please understand the doping control and a banned substance list, very important going forward, and also how that dovetails into the TUE, therapeutic use exemption, has to be done 21 days prior to any event. We also have to be familiar about replacement of injured players and what the exact deadlines are in that regard with respect to the regulations. And lastly, as you've heard earlier today, now we have an online internet version of the FIFA diploma and continuing medical education for all of us part of this medical team. The PCMA, as we've seen, has changed critically since 2003, as you'll hear over and over today. Mark Vivian Foy and his sudden cardiac death, and how it changed in Bolton that day with Fabrice Muamba. It takes us to look at all the aspects in pre-competition, physical examination, orthopedic and cardiac examination, and testing. It allows us to assign risk to the team and almost reverse engineers our team in such a way we integrate ourselves in the team health and integrates with the coaches and the administrators going forward and makes it more efficient for everybody. We can use the PCMA at all levels, national teams, clubs, professional level, recreational level, and most importantly, in the youth.
This is the first time ever that FIFA has mandated, in preparation for a World Cup, that all 32 associations look at their athletes very comprehensively with their major focus on prevention.
This is even worse. 81.5. You can add a few on 73.
20 kilos less, I'd be 40 pounds less.
F-MARC is FIFA's Medical Assessment Research Center, led by Dr. Jiří Dvořák, who is the Chief Medical Officer of FIFA. He has led this committee, the F-MARC committee, to take this approach. And urine tests were taken for looking at everything from cholesterol to glucose to other aspects, looking for abnormalities. Then the next step, they went through a exercise test. I think it's really, we raised the bar at this point as medical professionals in such a way that not only our sport of soccer, football, worldwide, but I think other sports will take the lead and we'll see this type of comprehensive testing.
It is a commitment to that that allows us to make our game safer and healthy for our athletes. Number 4, in competition prevention protocols. Understand your local organizing committee and all its liaisons and how you can integrate with them. Your heat and hydration, water break issues are critical. Understanding what a wet globe temperature measurement is and how to implement that with your team. All aspects of doping control, sudden cardiac death, concussions, injury transportation, and most importantly, with Dr. Junge, injury surveillance, be able to compile the kind of data you saw previously. Number 3, communications are key. Understand your coach, how to communicate with them, your GM, the athletes, the parents when you're dealing with a youth program overall, the families, and most importantly, all of you dealing with the media for the first time, beware, the story is never about you or us. It is about the athletes, and be careful with the media. And most importantly, it's important to communicate with the LOC medical personnel at all times so they know exactly what you're doing and how they're doing it. Number 2, you're now in an environment that could be challenging. You have to make the diagnosis, you have to treat the problems, and you need to implement all the steps and logistics and competition and returning the athlete back to play. Well, you put all this together and you come to number 1, which is most important, how to implement the 8 Ps. Proper prior planning and preparation prevents partial and poor performance. And most importantly, number 1 is the team doctor, be the best doctor. As Hippocrates said, the health of my patient will always be my first consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bert, for this exhaustive list of the tasks of the team doctor. And indeed, never forget what Hippocrates said so many centuries ago. His health of his athlete remains always the most important thing. Dear colleagues, as you know, Germany became the world champion in Brazil. But we are happy to have also a medical world champion from Germany, and that's why I introduce with great pleasure Professor Tim Meyer, the team doctor of the German team.
Dear Michel, dear Jiří, being involved with FIFA and F-MARC for several years now, I think I can really value the achievements that have been made over the years. Thanks for inviting me. Dear colleagues, I'm going to focus now on an issue that has been mentioned by both colleagues speaking before me, on the PCMA, the cardiovascular examination. And the purpose of this is obviously to identify risks and possibly even also to rule out risks or to stratify risk. But we need to know about those players who are at risk to, on the one hand side, possibly disqualify them, or at least to deal with this and to give recommendations to them. So PCMA has been initiated in 2006 by FIFA. This has also been mentioned already. There are recommendations around from the big medical associations in North America and in Europe, and they recommend a history and a physical examination only. This has been made by the American College of Sports Medicine and the American Heart Association, and is still valid. Whereas the European Society of Cardiology also, or in addition to that, recommends the resting ECG. When we do a thorough history of our athlete patients, then it's obviously of interest if there are known diseases, but there is a special focus on the family history. Are there any diseases in the family? Have there been early death in close relatives? Very importantly, at least this is something that I always ask during a PCMA, unexplained unconsciousness. So this can be a hint to one of the diseases that we're trying to target. Also, exercise-related problems also, and drug intake is questioned, obviously. The physical examination also focuses on very few signs that might be easily identified and lead our suspicion to the diseases in question. Well, I think nowadays one might think that imaging is everything, and the physical examination is a little bit disregarded, but leading us to the right suspicion is often from the physical examination and the history alone. On the basis of these recommendations and also on the basis of what's been the input from the team doctors and from the FIFA associations, in 2006, the FIFA pre-competition medical assessment has been started and defined. And it covers those parts that are recommended by the European and North American societies, but even goes beyond that. You will see where this happens. For the more general lines, we see also past complaints, present complaints, and a list of complaints that can be ticked or not ticked, and helps you to go through this examination a bit more quickly. And also, again, we find the family history, and particularly for male relatives that die under 55 years or female relatives that die under 65 years. Again, medication is included here. The physical examination is also led by the FIFA recommendations, and these are again the Marfan criteria, Marfan's disease. You've seen that already on the slide before, and also some other points that should not be missed. Among this, the blood pressure measurements that you have already seen on the files of my colleague before. FIFA PCMA also includes the resting ECG, and importantly, a copy is asked for. This is not for the purpose of FIFA to control it, but for the purpose of the doctor who is conducting the PCMA or gets the results of the PCMA, and should also carry the resting ECG itself for later comparisons. If you're not a cardiologist, it might be really helpful to have the ECG and have the next one, the earlier one next to it, and compare it. Are there changes or are there no changes? Why is a resting ECG considered so important or not important from other specialists from the United States? Well, the sensitivity and the specificity measures are not high. They are at least not as high as we would like them to see among the 90s. This is true in adult athletes, but also in younger athletes. You see the numbers being even a little bit lower. But something that is really useful for each team doctor and also for each athlete, look at the negative predictive value. They are quite high. What does it mean? If a resting ECG is normal, it's very useful information for everyone, because the likelihood that you are healthy is very high in that circumstance. So this is reassuring. A 96% negative predictive value is, for an adult athlete, is something that really counts. So from my point of view, having the resting ECG involved is very, very helpful. All right, there are some criteria to, even for non-cardiologists, to rate the resting ECG, and they are easy to measure. The PQ time, is there a delta wave or not? Negative T waves, you will see some later. The corrected QT time, and on the right-hand side you can see something that's really seldom found, the Brugada pattern, which is in all the textbooks, but I must admit I've never seen a patient with the Brugada disease. I think that during medical studies, we often think that an ECG is maybe underestimated or it's not talked about that at all, but I think the very new Seattle criteria that have been brought out by this big group of experts, they really help us. They make rating the ECG easy. There are abnormal ECG findings, I won't go through that in detail, and there are normal ECG findings in athletes, because some of these findings are usually not found in non-athletes, but in athletes. Ongoing training might lead to some changes that should be noted. But when you use the Seattle criteria, you can easily rate most of all your resting ECGs, and those ones that you cannot rate can be given to a specialist, of course. One example for a normal finding is an AV block first degree, see the long PQ time. An example for abnormal ECG findings are these T-wave inversions in the lateral leads, but be cautious. There is an issue of ethnicity. It's now known that the abnormalities in the ECG are more often in black persons than in Caucasians. Very little is known about the Asian athletes, but this has been published, 30% versus 13%. And I told you, FIFA goes beyond what's been recommended by the European and American societies and includes an echocardiography. An echocardiography is usually conducted to rule out or to detect structural heart disease. And all these criteria here are easy measures being done during an echocardiography. One must admit, of course, that this is the examination that is probably most dependent on the expertism that you have. So conducting an echo is obviously more difficult than writing an ECG. And again, there comes an issue of ethnicity into play. Look, this is the left ventricular wall thickness, a very simple measure, and the black wall thicknesses are a little bit shifted to the right side, whereas the white athletes have a little bit thinner walls in their left ventricle. So that means if you have a team that is mixed, like in many European clubs, between Caucasians and black athletes, you need to be aware of that. Finally, the blood results. Of course, there should be some screening of risk factors, and also maybe for diabetes and things that need to be supplemented. That's also included in FIFA PCMA, and definitely a statement about eligibility for competitive football. You have to sign that. So this has to be done by the team doctor, although not all the examinations themselves have to be conducted only by him, but he needs to be aware of all the results. Let me summarize. A PCMA is definitely important to prevent sudden cardiac death in football players, because some diseases can be detected early enough. FIFA goes clearly beyond what's recommended by the big associations. I still think that the easy examinations like history, like physical examinations, have a great value, particularly in leading our suspicion and leading us to do this or that examination later. A resting ECG is useful. Use the new and revised Seattle criteria. They are easy to learn and easy to apply. And not only in the ECG, but also in the echocardiography, be aware of some ethnic differences. So wall thickness in a white athlete does not necessarily mean exactly the same as in a black athlete. Still, we will have some diseases that cannot be detected during a PCMA, like the ones that are not present during the ECMA, or those who are difficult to detect. Those that are not present during the PCMA are usually diseases that come from infections, like myocarditis. So even if you have a completely normal PCMA, it's still possible that there might occur sudden cardiac death, and those have to be dealt with, or sudden cardiac arrests, and that's the topic of the person who's speaking after me, Ephraim Kramer. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Tim, for this very important contribution. By the way, all the lectures are taped, and they are actually live streamed now, and they will be available short after the meeting on the YouTube, on the FIFA channel, so you can use them for all educational purposes within your member association. So the next speech is about a very important subject, and it's a subject we basically as doctors don't like to talk about. So it's great to have the psychologist to speak about the mental health among the football players. Astrid?
Thank you very much, Joshi. Having talked about injuries and the physical health, I'm now going to talk about the mental health. And I was very glad to see that Michel Doak, in his introductory presentation, mentioned psychology as one of the 4 pillars. Mental health disorders are the core challenge of the 21st century. And although professional football players are under high stress, and stress is known to be a risk factor for mental illness, the information about mental health in athletes is extremely rare. From the Football for Health perspective, football has been shown to reduce risk factors for several non-communicable diseases, and football as a team sport has also the potential to improve mental health and social behavior. In this presentation, I will present 2 studies on the first topic within football medicine. I will talk about mental health of retired top-level football players, a project which is led by the former professional player Birgit Prinz. And what we did is we asked all retired female players of the German National League who had played at least 5 matches between 2000 and 2013. The total population was 396, and addresses were available from 245. These 245 players were all contacted personally by email by Birgit Prinz or their prior club, and were requested to fill in an online questionnaire. 157 players responded, which is a response rate of 64%, and which is for this population an extremely high percentage. On average, these athletes were 33 years old. They had played for 8.7 years at the top leagues, longer on lower leagues. They stopped about 7 years ago, and the distribution of playing position was as it would have been expected. We used an established questionnaire to assess the rate of depression, but we modified it because we want to retrospectively know what had happened in the worst time during the career. And 37% stated they had no symptoms of depression even in the worst time. About a quarter stated they had some symptoms of depression, but 36% had a suspected major depression at least once during their career. And we asked them if they wanted or needed psychotherapeutic support during their career. And about 40% said they wanted or needed, but only 10% had really consolation by a psychotherapist. This means only a quarter of those in need really received professional help. If we compare the depression average values of different playing positions, we see an interesting difference between playing position, with attackers and goalkeepers being at the highest risk for depression during the career. And also we see a difference in depression between different playing levels. The top player had played more than 11 matches in the national teams. And then we go down to the lowest level in this study, which had 5 to 10 national league matches. And if we see the depression value was the highest at the second highest, because these players were really under stress to get to the top league, to stay in the national team, or to go down in the league level. When we ask the players about their most important reasons for lows in their mood during the career, and we ask them to tick about 3 of a list, 50% said conflicts with coach and management within the team were a reason for low moods. 48% said it was lows in performance or injury, and almost 40% said too little support or acknowledgement by the coach were reason for lows in moods. Other usual reasons which everybody might have were of much lower importance. Then we asked them for reasons and lows in performance and got the answer injury. 56% said injury, which everybody would expect, but the second highest rating was psychological strain and stress, named by the players as an importance for low in performance, which I feel is a very interesting result. As a second study, I would like to present data from active top-level football players. And this study was done in cooperation with Dr. Nina Feddermann, who is conducting here in Zurich a project on concussion in football players. And we had the great opportunity to have our questionnaire on mental health as part of the baseline examination. And of this baseline examination, about 200 Super League players took part, which is 9 of 10 teams. We had another teams from the under-21 league. We had all national players from the National League A, female players. We had all 10 teams, and 1 junior team of female players. We use the same depression questionnaire as I told you about before, and we compared these active football players with the norm population. First, the female football players with the female population, then the male football players with the male population. The average values in the football players, female as well as male players, were slightly higher than the norm population, but when you look at the percentages with no depression, they were quite similar. With mild to moderate, it was quite similar between female players and the norm population, male players and the norm population, as well as for severe symptoms of depression. So you can say 4% with a severe depression, that's not very much, but it's on average 1 in a team. So for female players and 1 in 2 teams for male players with severe symptoms of depression. So there is a problem in professional football player, but it's the same as in the normal population. If we look again at playing position, we see the same distribution we found before, with attackers being at the highest risk and goalkeepers. To sum up, elite football players are at the same risk for mood disorders than the general population. During the career, players have a high need and a low utilization of psychological treatment or counseling. Reasons for lows in the mood, players state in 50% of the cases it were conflicts with coach and management. And this gives us a great opportunity for prevention. We have to educate coaches and team physicians on mental health issues. We have to improve communication. We have to reduce stigma to prevent mental health illnesses. And we have to provide adequate psychological support to those affected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Astrid. Thank you, Astrid, for this very impressive milestone presentation. And I think that you are breaking the taboo, and we know what is to be done in the future. So the next one is somebody who is also a side in the medical field. And we used to say that the referees are the most neglected population in the world of football, but they are so important. And we are very happy that over the years, we have developed a very close collaboration between the medical and the referee department. Massimo Busacca is the head of the refereeing department. He was a very active referee during his active career. He was referee at the different World Cups of FIFA. And we are now very happy that he will share his experience with us. Massimo, please.
So, good morning to everybody. It's really my pleasure to give you some information about medical aspect and results of referees that participate in FIFA competition, in important FIFA competition. And I take immediately the opportunity to thank Professor Jiří Dvořák, the Chief of Medical Office and the chairman of this important project, F-MARC, that in this year were really helping us a lot to giving really the big and important contribute for these incredible results we had in the previous competition. I want to thank, of course, Michel, Dr. Michel Doc, that the chairman always supported this project. And also, what is really important, I want to thank my colleague Mario Bizzini, present here today, member of the F-MARC Research Associated Project, that together in these years, we understood a lot of things. And believe me, at the beginning of our project, when I started, we were working. I was impressed on the discussion we had this morning. I was hearing from doctors, from the teams, that today prevention is very important. And this is something that for referee was really not easy at the beginning. Say, why I have to do a massage? Why I have to, if I am feeling good? And then the Achilles becoming bigger and bigger, or the muscles were not ready. So together we understood with Mario what we have to do. Today football is faster and faster. Players are running like horses. Referee is alone on the pitch and have to run 10, 15 kilometers. So what we have to do? We have to work on prevention. And last but not least, I want to thank also Professor Ephraim Kramer, Head of Emergency Medicine, is coming also now in Canada for the World Cup, and is really giving the right instruction to the referee for the first aid. A few days ago, it happened again in Argentina. Unfortunately, a player died. So the referee is not a doctor, but he has to understand immediately what happened on players. So the first aid is very, very important. And Professor Ephraim is really giving, also to me, because I was not, let's say, my knowledge was not really so high to understand how is important few seconds to save life. And this we are giving to the referee, because the first one who have to understand is the referee on the pitch. And I will explain two important aspects: the preparation and the prevention for referee preparing an important competition, men and women. And later, how we are obligated to protect players and the image of football. Fair play, respect, and education. And I will show you some concept and statistic. But immediately, before we go to an important video, I want to give you an important statistic that I will mention later. We had, and we have here the doctor of the winner of the World Cup, that the two most fair play teams at the World Cup were Germany and Argentina. And this is the message I want to give you today. We can win a game, we can win a World Cup to be good, to be a good team, but also respect and having fair play. They committed less than 10 fouls per game. They receive no more than 6 yellow cards in all entire competition. That means less than 1 yellow card per game. And this is the message important that I want to give you today. We can win a game, we can win a World Cup, and even respect the opponent. And this is something that, for me, today is the most important. I will show you now a video that will explain you how was really the preparation for the referee on this period to prepare, let's say, the World Cup in Brazil, and also on the women's side, the World Cup now in Canada. Please, the video.
We have a package of examination, including blood sampling, orthopedic examination, cardiological examination by specialists, also body composition and related aspects. And the whole data are analyzed by specialists. So that this has become kind of a standard before major competitions, that we check the match officials and assistants for basically on their health, and also trying to provide some useful feedback for their preparation towards the competition. these years, we have also worked a lot in prevention. It means on different levels, so injury prevention, trying to adopt some preventive programs. We developed the FIFA 11 Plus for referees. During FIFA tournaments, and especially at the World Cups, we provide the match referees with a full medical coverage, having massage therapists, physiotherapists, doctors with the team, and we try to maximize the work in terms of prevention with recovery massage, recovery strategies, and specific treatments if needed, just to maximize their regeneration and therefore also their performance during the matches. Regular massage, regular treatments, physiotherapy, taking care of their bodies, also in terms of hydration, nutrition, managing their body weight. These are all very important components to be really in good health, in good shape, to possibly have the maximum performance possible during the competition. So the role of prevention is really the key in our work.
Okay. So, as every top players is doing today, and I repeat that it was impressed of the discussion of the doctors before, they are looking really at the small details. So we try to do the same with the referees. We say, you have to work, let's say, on professionalization on what you are doing. Even if they don't have, let's say, the possibility, we are not really professional, but we have to do. As I mentioned before, football is faster and faster. You have to be at the right place at the right moment. And this is not wake up in the morning and say, I have a game today. So that's why we did, for the referee, for the, let's say, preparing this competition, the road to the FIFA World Cup in Brazil, but as you could see on the video, also on the ladies going now to Canada, they were doing everything. All small details were really paid attention. And this is really something important, the medical screening and physical preparation. So, as I mentioned, working on prevention. Don't wait a problem. When we go to the competition, we have to be ready to give a games, and after 2-3 days, they have to be ready for another one. And we want to be sure, we wanted to be sure that the referee were ready for that. And that's why we had this relationship between the refereeing department and this important project, which is F-MARC. Protecting players. Players are the actor of the game. It's not a referee, the actor. So we have to protect them. As you could see before on the statistic, and I will mention later, the injuries decrease. But we have to pay attention. We have to be alert. Even if we reduce, we have to protect the players. How? Communication, education, as I mentioned before. The two teams arriving in the final of the World Cup, they had also fair play. And this we have to communicate. How? Like today. Communicate to you that we can win a game even respecting. And this is something very important. Focus on the future. As I mentioned before, prevention and professionalization of refereeing on the environment. And this is not only sign a piece of paper, but really how we have to work. Wake up in the morning and try to eat football and understand how we have to be ready on the pitch. Optimize our fitness and health preparation and technique. All these aspects were really, let's say, put it on the pitch during our preparation, encouraging a development of future talent. And this is something that we have to work. We have today a group of referees, but we have to pay attention of tomorrow. And we know clear that we cannot build up something in few days. This is a project that started already a few years ago, and it takes time. It takes time to develop and to really having good results. As I said before, medical screening were really important. So we have to, it's like a machine, like a car that have to work correct. If not, if you don't have the gasoline, then it will be very difficult to run on the pitch, especially because the referee is alone against 22, so you have to be everywhere on the pitch. So all the referee and assistant referee candidates were given a comprehensive medical examination and on the Schultes Clinic, Medical Center of Excellence in the fall of 2012. Seminar and tournaments. Body composition measurement was very important. I saw referee really lose 4 or 5 kilos in this project. So we say tiramisu not every day. You have to reduce, make sacrifice. And this we saw really a big results. So those who made the final cut underweight in a final medical check in Zurich before going to Brazil. So again, we were focused on prevention, regular massage, and physical therapy. As I mentioned before, the FIFA 11 Plus was very important. Professor Dvorak explained clear before how it's important. So we need the results. All the rest is blah, blah, blah. And this is what we saw really on the referees. Massage. We obligate referee to make massage. We obligate them. Because the mentality was, why I have to prevent something that I don't need? And this is something that was really important. So again, regular contact with FIFA fitness instructors and giving individual feedback. So mandatory, we really ask the referee to send reports to us and give information on the condition on this moment. So professional instructors are working everywhere in the world to follow what we are doing here in Zurich. Some information, the 90 referee and assistant referee during the World Cup were really fit. So at the end, what I'm telling you, this project was really important, and we had also results. What is important is to have results at the end. And all the 90 referees were fit. We had 6 weeks of intense training and performances, working every day on the pitch, on the practical session. 8 physio and massage therapists, really working very hard every day, not Thai massage, but really go inside and really having the referees on the right way. We had more than 1,200 massage treatment sessions. Even when the referee were not, let's say, doing, we say, you have to do. You have to prevent the problem. And only one referee during the entire competition gets injured. So what I mentioned before, we have to protect the health of the players. I think this morning we were talking already a lot of that. They are the actors of the game, so we have to protect them. So how we have to do? On focus on proactive and prevention and misconduct. Even if we decrease, during the World Cup with Professor Dvorak, we were talking a lot. He was sending me message. Why not yellow? Why not red? And this is what we have to do, communicate and prevent. Even if today we can be happy because we reduce information. So less foul per game than ever. We had a statistic of around 30 fouls per game during the competition. We played around 57 minutes, which is a good statistic. We had a game Australia-Spain with 64 or 65. Unfortunately, we had a game like Colombia against Brazil with only 39 minutes played. That means the tactical approach of the teams in this game was not so good. And this is the referee have to understand how I can reduce fouls, how I can talk with players, how I can give a message to respect and to have fair play. All these aspects really was very important to mention to everybody. Less injuries per game than ever. And this is also something that was mentioned before. So we have to insist and educate how to inform how we are doing today. I go to the conclusion. I will not talk anymore about this one because it was mentioned already this morning. Again, in this slide, you can see the results regarding injuries. So it's incredible, and this is something that we have to pay attention. But my point of mark is really now continuing to do how is these results. So we are going on the last slide. Again, I will finish as I started. Prevention is the key on the refereeing preparation, but also, let's say, on the player side, how we have to protect them. So continuing and consistent on focus on professionalization on what we are doing. Select the correct referees. This is also important. And this is to optimize the, let's say, the medical aspect, the physical and technical preparation and technique will be really important. So work together, and I conclude again to thank this cooperation. It's really important. For me, it's not only to confirm something, be here or be on the pitch, but we need the results. Only with the results we can continue to protect the image of football. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Massimo. Your speech illustrates the fact, what I say since so many years, that is that the referee, even if he has no medical knowledge, is finally the first doctor on the field, because good refereeing is an absolute important preventive factor. Thank you very much, Massimo. Dear colleagues, you know that concussion is an actual theme in the world of sports medicine and certainly in the world of football medicine. And you know also that we had 5 important cases during the World Cup in Brazil concerning head injuries, concussions, and their eventual treatment, the behavior of the doctors, of the players, of the coaches. And that's why it is really a pleasure for me to introduce to you Dr. Nina Federman, who is a neurologist, who is a member of F-MARC, and who will speak about the concussions now in the football. Nina, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for the very kind introduction. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we will start. Dr. Dog has already said that we had 5 concussions at the last World Cup, and we will start with a short video on the 5. Special attention to head injuries, including concussion, must be given across all sports since they are potentially serious and lead to a prolonged course in selected cases. In football, concussion are rare. In international championships, between 2 to 3% of all injuries were defined as concussion, or every 7th head and neck injuries. The frequency increases with level of play. More injuries occur during match play than in training, and more in women than in men. The most common playing action causing a head injury was identified as a heading duel, with more than 40% due to contact of the upper limb against the head. We have already heard this morning, the results of these data lead to adaptations of the laws of the game prior to FIFA World Cup 2006. The International Football Association Board authorized the referee to severely sanction injurious faults such as the deliberate elbow to head. The analysis of injury mechanisms after the adaptations of the laws of the game is object of current research, and we will have a quick look at the injury mechanisms of the last World Cup. The first one, head-to-head. The second one, knee-to-head. The third one, shoulder-to-head. And the fourth injury mechanism, head-to-ground, that occurred twice. What are the main challenges a team physician has to face in the identification and management of head injuries? The first one is the difficulty to estimate injury severity on pitch or at sideline, as the following heading summarizes. This uncertainty is plausible since a brain injury is a dynamic injury whose course can change unexpectedly and acutely. The second challenge is to define the adequate moment of a safe return to play. There are hints that an untimely or too early return to play may lead to an increased risk of suffering another injury somewhere at the body or at the head. A brain injury, a concussion, is the most common form of football-related brain injury. Fortunately, structural damage to the brain, like intracerebral hemorrhage or edema, have rarely been described in football. The definition of concussion is not consistent. We refer to the definition of the consensus in sports group. It is a complex pathophysiological process affecting the brain, induced by biomechanical forces, which may be caused either by a direct blow to the head, face, neck, or elsewhere. Important to keep in mind, concussion can be differentiated from other forms of traumatic brain injury, that no structural neuronal damage can be detected on conventional neuroimaging, although intensive MRI post-processing and advanced technologies give hints to an axonal shearing injury, and that's why it is still known as brain injury. The severity of concussion is based on the Glasgow Coma scale. It's well known everywhere. Although the terms sport concussion and mild traumatic brain injury are often referred to as synonyms, concussion, sport concussion, can be regarded as a subtype of mild traumatic brain injury or even minimal traumatic brain injury. The present slide summarizes is based on the symptom checklist of the SCAD-3. The hallmark signs of concussion are balance problems, amnesia, and confusion. But taking the diagnosis of concussion is not so easy. Most of the symptoms, as headache, nausea, vomiting, dizziness, or blurred vision, cannot be just caused by a brain injury. They can also be caused by a labyrinth or neck injury, as an example. So how can the diagnosis of concussion be taken? Concussion is a clinical diagnosis. Based on the neurological, or I have to correct myself, concussion is currently a clinical diagnosis. It's based on the neurological, neuropsychological examination and vestibular, oculomotor, and cervical assessment, and that's important in football, for example, because we always, in most cases, have a combination, a combined injury. Supplementary examination should be performed if indicated, or certain risk factors are present, as for instance, laboratory vestibular and oculomotor tests in case of vertigo, or neuroimaging in case of increased headache or amnesia. Pre-season baseline tests are advisable since normative values might be pathological for the specific sports and might therefore help to identify subtle impairment. it is self-explaining that already baseline results between individuals vary at a healthy state. Since currently there is no direct test or clinical marker to diagnose a concussion, a systematic approach to the identification and management of football players following a head impact is required. It has been denoted as head injury assessment process. It involves an on-pitch examination and different sideline and post-match stages. The recommendations do not include players who require obvious emergency management. If we have a look at the timeline until return to play, the most important points are screening, diagnosis, and return to play. Before we continue, we will have a short look at one injury situation during the last World Cup. The player suffers a head injury, knee to head. Have a look at his left arm. It's hypotonia, a sign of loss of consciousness. The medical team arrives, speaks to the player. The team doctor arrives, speaks to the player, try to awaken him. The player walks this one off the line. The team doctor gives a sign to remove the player, and the player disagrees. Although the number of concussions at the last World Cup were not significantly increased, though the injury situations caused discussion. FIFA reacted. The FIFA Medical Committee approved a rule change that included, Dr. Doc has already introduced, that the team physician or his delegate is authorized to apply for an up to 3-minute match interruption following a head impact at elite level. The on-pitch examination is a consequence of this rule change and is intended as screening to identify players with signs or symptoms indicated of concussion or a more severe head injury. It should be based on the SCAT-3. The immediate removal criteria have been developed in collaboration with World Rugby and include 11 criteria to support the team physician in his decision-taking process following a head impact. An abnormal finding in one or result in one of the criteria leads to immediate removal from play. Criteria 1 to 5, dangerous mechanism of trauma, loss of consciousness, concussive convulsion, tonic posturance, and disbalance can be assessed by observing the player. While criteria 6 to 10, confirmed or suspected post-traumatic symptoms, is based on the SCAT-3 question, confusion or disorientation based on the Maddox question, delayed, slow, or inappropriate responses, crossed eyes or spontaneous nystagmus, and impaired control, coordination, and posture of limb movement are identified by assessment of the player. And criteria 11 is the physician's decision. He decides whether the player is allowed to continue to play, remove from player, or refer to hospital. The referee will only allow the injured player to continue playing with the authorization of the team doctor. If a concussion is suspected, the sideline or post-match assessment should be added by the SCAT-3. This will also be applied if the team physician is not quite sure after the on-pitch assessment or if symptoms start with latency. The graduated return to play protocol comprises 6 rehabilitation stages and involves a graduated increase of physical activity, football-specific exercises, and the risk of contact and head impact. Each stage should take a minimum of 24 hours so that the whole rehabilitation process will ideally take a minimum of 6 days. In case of recurrence of symptoms or in case of new symptoms, the player should rest for at least 1 day and then return to the activity of the preceding task that has not evoked any kind of symptoms. Medical clearance should be given before stage 2, the start of exercise, and before the return to routine training. The prognosis of concussion is favorable. In 80 to 90%, a total resolution of symptoms will be achieved within 7 to 10 days. However, a prolonged course in 10 to 15% are also described as post-traumatic syndrome has been described, and we have to identify those at an early stage and help them and find the adequate diagnosis. And therefore, it is important to consider coexisting pathologies, like, for instance, a pre-existing migraine or true vertigo that may be a hint to a benign paroxysmal positional vertigo. What kind of possibilities do we have to prevent in the management and identification of head injuries? How can the risk of concussion be reduced? The first is, we have already heard this a couple times this morning, is the analysis of injury mechanisms and adaptation of the laws of the game if possible. Moreover, emphasis on fair play and respect the opponent's head is really, really essential. How can the development of a post-traumatic syndrome be prevented? Take any kind of unspecific post-injury symptoms seriously already at an early stage. It is somehow self-explaining. If someone has 10 days of headache, it affects the mood somehow. Diagnosis is the key for the initiation of an adequate therapeutic approach. How can a re-injury, respectively another injury, be prevented? Through the application of the graduated return to play philosophy, choose a more conservative approach in case of certain risk factors, like in children, or if already another injury was pre-existing. Return to routine training and match play, not without medical clearance. And through the implementation of educational programs for on-pitch and sideline medical support. To summarize, special attention to head injuries, including concussion, should be given across all sports since they are potentially serious and of a prolonged course in selected cases. The 3-minute on-pitch examination is a screening for concussion or more severe head injury after a head impact in elite football. Immediate removal criteria for the safety of players. The decision of return to play or remove from play and refer to hospital is the sole responsibility of the team physician. The most recent Zurich consensus statement should provide as cornerstone for decision-making if a concussion is suspected or confirmed. Concussion has a favorable prognosis in most cases. But any kind of unspecific symptom should be taken seriously to minimize the risk of persistent or secondary symptoms, the development of a post-traumatic syndrome. A graduated return to play philosophy should be central to post-head injury rehabilitation process. Values like fair play and respect the opponent's head should be further emphasized. And please keep in mind, whenever you are in doubt, keep her or him out. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Nina. Very important subject to keep in mind. So the last in this session is Dr. Mario Bizzini, the Mr. 11+. Please let us know how to implement the prevention program. Mario?
Thank you, Izzy, and thank you, Michel. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's a pleasure here to present on behalf of Professor Junger and Professor Dvorak. So about this FIFA 11+ injury prevention program, which has now been developed and studied and implemented more than 11 years, probably. So here an overview of the presentation. Why injury prevention? Then issues concerning the scientific evidence of the program, then the implementation, role of the members association, and some key points. So, of course, impact injuries at many levels. First, moreover, player health, then player performance, team performance, the related associated medical cost, and then also thus representing a considerable socio-economical burden at many levels in society. So F-MARC programs been developed since 2003 with a very basic one called 11, then the advanced version 11+, where the focus has always been on amateur football, representing more than 99% of all individuals involved in football worldwide. The goal was and is to have basic injury prevention program with no need of much equipment. And then, of course, very important, the scientific studies and other activities conducted. So three key points: fewer injuries, better performance, fewer costs with a prevention program, basic prevention program. On the injury side, as you already have heard from Professor Dvorak, some very impressive results coming out of high-quality scientific studies, randomized controlled trials, nowadays 4, in female and male football player, mostly youth ages, so going up to 50% reduction on non-contact injuries, both in training and in matches, so very impressive figures. Then in the field, in this field, the aspect of compliance, it's also a key aspect, fundamental aspect. That means only the regular performance of such preventive exercises and programs are necessary in order to get this reduction of injuries. So this type of activity should be performed routine, not the most important, but just one of the pieces in an all training program regimen. And therefore, the compliance from coaches, from players, from all involved people is really the key. Several studies has also addressed various questions concerning if such type of programs can also offer performance benefits. And nowadays we have more than 10 studies addressing this, some of them of very high quality, where clearly the improvement of the neuromuscular control, the control of the body in space, is significantly improved by the means of such programs, and also some other related benefits in terms of balance agility and also size strength ratios. Concerning fewer costs, these relate to the F-MARC program, where we had 2 country-wide campaigns, by the way, also published in the peer-reviewed literature, showing really a strong impact, also in terms of reducing healthcare-related costs, as calculated by insurance company in Switzerland and in New Zealand, as we have already heard. So here just a brief summary about the numbers. So we have about 25 papers today in different areas, and you can find kind of a review summary in the BHSM special issue, which you have in your handouts today. Concerning activities worldwide of this program, as maybe some of you may remember, this has been presented at the last FIFA medical conferences. The program has been presented in different ways in more than 80 countries. We have had today about 20 MAs who have endorsed it at different levels. It has been presented also in many times. Of course, this is an integral part of the FIFA coaching courses, and as we also have seen, we have a version for referees and assistant referees, and this is also provided worldwide in those courses. Based on experiences and studies about implementation, we have also developed kind of a an 11-step guideline to facilitate dissemination and implementation of this project. It has been, as previously said, already presented at and FIFA medical conferences. It has been published, and you also find it in the specific FIFA 11 Plus booklets you find in your handouts. So very first important step is, of course, the interest and the support and the strong willingness to promote an injury prevention program. We've seen one member association here, a picture of a good friend of us, Mr. Tashima, where the JFA was one of the very first MAs who endorsed really strongly these prevention initiatives. Then, of course, partnerships. We see in the MAs, as an example, with insurance companies are important in order to really build up a specific intervention plan, implementation plan. And as the example of New Zealand has already been mentioned by Professor Dvorak. Then also, following this planning, also a formal agreement, this is called license agreement on FIFA 11 Plus between FIFA and the member association is needed. It covers just formal aspects like use of materials, adopting the MA logos, and so forth. This is an example of what will happen soon in Canada with the endorsement and then the implementation and dissemination plan in that country. And the launch will be held before the start of the FIFA Women's World Cup. Then, of course, important to have the adapted material in that particular country language. Nowadays, we have about 20 languages available, but of course, not all the languages worldwide are covered. Then also important to have an official launch within the MA, also to symbolize and the strong commitment of the MA having already an implementation, rolling out plan existed. Then, of course, to have a first basis course. This is where we offer our cooperation to have a first set of instructors to then further conduct courses, and this can be done then in often using regional groups in one country. This is here some scene from a regional course in the German MA. So really one of the aspects we have been focusing a lot over the years is to have the coach, and as you know, in many cases in amateur teams, you only have the coach that has really to be keen to endorse prevention as a part of the different tasks. And then, of course, continue the implementation and possibly the monitoring also of such campaign. Here, one of the examples, maybe also very impressive because Germany is the largest MA within FIFA, and within few years, it was possible to, following kind of these guidelines, to spread out the program within the amateur football in that country. And related to Germany, we are also very happy to have the winning team at the last World Cup working as ambassador, acting as ambassadors in order also to potentiate this message around. So some key points. So we have seen kind of very simple strategies, but of course it requires some key aspects. So first of all is the willingness at MA executive to really endorse this aspect of prevention, and then really doing, not by words, but by acts, the following steps. So the position also of a project coordinator within the FA for such implementation or dissemination campaign is the key, and as well as a good preparation and planning. Then with a simple distribution, few regions, it is possible to reach a good dissemination. Also, one important part is to keep in mind to possibly integrate it, the prevention and such programs in the coaching education, and with the goal in maximizing the maintenance also of this work. So some points again at the end to summarize. So we have seen very strong scientific evidence behind this basic injury prevention program, up to 50% reduction. This impressive, but of course needs to be done. That means if we want to have this, then it's a matter of integrate it in the training routine as an integral part. For the implementation, dissemination, 11 steps guidelines, very useful, very easy, but it will only happen with the strong support and strong role of the member association behind in trying to promote and disseminate this at coaching education levels and to maintain these activities over the years. So I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mario. So now we invite all the speakers from this session to the podium. We have 15 minutes for discussion. We are slightly behind the time, but we will shorten the lunch, so we will eat less. And we spend the time for fruitful discussion. So the energy comes from the mind, not from the food. So I would suggest that we go one presentation to the next. The questions to the injury epidemiology from the floor. You are welcome. There are 2 microphones.
Congratulations.
Before the first one comes, I think the direction is very clear. We have more injuries in female than in male at the highest level. So I think we have to focus. Also, the referees, maybe the women took the bad habits of the men while they have increasing injuries. Any questions to the epidemiology? Yes, please take the microphone. Mention your name and the member association. Do we have only one microphone or do we have more? Okay. Who is the next? Just the microphone can use the time.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Danish. I'm from Brunei Dar es Salaam. My question is, since this study started, has there been any data available on Asia?
On
Asian continent, which is the biggest member countries.
Asia.
The studies we presented are just the FIFA data, and we did not analyze different confederations within these studies, but there is a publication on tournaments from Asia in one of our supplements.
In addition, yeah.
And I'm happy to support the Asian Federation to set up a similar injury surveillance project. I think Dr. Gu would be the right person to talk to.
More questions? Injuries? If not, then we role of the team physicians. Any comments, questions?
Raymond Ford, Barbados. Is the PCMA recommended for all age groups, national teams, whether in small island developing nations or established nations, notwithstanding resources and costs? And if yes, in the under-17 teams, are signed parental consent mandatory as minors? And what does one do if a legal guardian cannot be found or identified or refuses to sign such consent? There's a couple of questions.
Well, the first answer might be a more formal one. So the recommendation is obviously, the FIFA recommendation can only be for the FIFA tournaments. So, but generally this PCMA can be recommended, of course, to other groups as well, as I think Bert at least mentioned. the later part of your question is more difficult for me to address. It's rather a legal question. I have never had that case before, so but I acknowledge that that can happen, of course. Do we have a lawyer here?
No lawyers necessary. I will answer. We were confronted with that when we examined the under-17 in Africa. Half of the players, they have seen for the first time the doctor, and many of the boys from different countries, they didn't really know the place of their birth, and it was very difficult to identify even their parents. So it is very difficult. I think at the end, if something happened on the pitch, you will not be asked about, did you have signature of all the documents? I appreciate the fact that you are coming more from the North American continent or Caribbean, where the legal issues are of, yes, we have to do it, but if we do not have the legal confirmation of the parents or of the legal representative of the minors, you have to make the decision as a doctor. Use your common sense.
Okay, let's go to the first point.
To the ECG examination, I am very happy that the European Society of Cardiology support the philosophy or the strategy of FIFA, while the American Heart Association does not. I think we have to appreciate the fact that if we take the 300 million football players around the world, according to the statistics, if we do the routine examination, 1 million will have abnormal ECG findings. This is for me the fact being elaborated by the European Society of Cardiology, and this is for me a strong argument to do it.
I think there are 2 points being raised by the American Heart Association. One is the high number of false positives, and the second one is the high cost for the necessary further examinations. I think the first point is addressed by the Seattle criteria, as well as this is possible. And the second point might be different in different countries. As far as I know, an echocardiography, which is the most frequent examination that has to be conducted after suspicious findings, is very important in the United States. It's very expensive in the United States, at least more expensive than in most European and other countries. So the issue might be a bit differently looking in other countries. Bert, do you know about the cost?
Yeah, I think the cost is different in the United States, but I think the declarative, as you articulated, is really what's most important overall. I think it is hard to argue cost efficacy when the cost is greater, but I think at the end, it's really a matter of the efficacy. We'll deal with the false positives, but I think the key is to get to that negative predictive value, as you so adeptly illustrated for us. That's really the priority in all of our respective federations, is focusing on this group. This is a potential to reduce sudden cardiac death. Look at all the diligence we've done in recent years, and still recently we have the death in Argentina. So I think we have to go overboard a little bit, maybe overshoot these issues. And maybe it is a little more expensive in the United States, but I think we have to have the leadership just like we did in 2006. And we have to continue this level of diligence.
And I can assure you the European Society of Cardiology, with their 100,000 plus members, will support us completely. And this is a strong voice, so I articulate the president of the society, Professor Fausto Pinto from Lisbon, who confirmed that last week. So we have their support to continue in this direction, and that's very important statement.
There is a question there.
Question? Yes?
Yes, Patty Simonet from the Bahamas. My question is, are there any studies that have been done looking at the differences in injuries and concussions with beach soccer, sand soccer, since sand soccer is really growing at this point in the Bahamas, and what has been done in terms of the scientific data with regards to injuries and concussions in that area?
At the moment, I don't have any information about studies on injuries in beach soccer. For the FIFA, we only had a few tournaments, and this is just very few players, and we did not extend the injury surveillance to beach soccer yet. We did have some information about futsal and football, but not for beach soccer yet. But I think this is something very important we should address within the next time. Thank you very much for pointing this out.
Okay. Questions to mental health, depression? A comment, it's great that we have a formal top player being part of the research team, Birgit Prinz from Germany. This is fantastic. We encourage you to allocate maybe some top players to work with us. But the important fact I have learned from this, 50% of them announce a conflict with the coach. So Astrid, you have to work on this strategy for future, how to educate the coaches. Depression is bad thing, but the positive is that it's similar like in normal population. Yes, question? Microphone there.
I'm Dr. Sule from Kenya. I think I will really enjoyed your talk, especially when you are alluding to retired players. In Africa, this is a very common problem. And you have concentrated on the coach and management. But in Africa, we have problems of poverty. Some of these players, their only source of income is when they are playing. Some of them are also alcoholics. And you didn't address this aspect, contributing to the mental health. It was like an assumption, but I can tell you quite a number of them are poor. Once they stop playing football, some of them are actually begging in the streets. So I'm requesting that maybe we need to redesign this study and treat the African continent as a special group with unique factors as opposed to the elite players in the other confederations. I don't know whether you'll agree with me or not.
Thank you for this very important comment. I couldn't agree more. The problem might be to get the addresses of the former player. If it was difficult in Germany, it might be much more difficult in Africa. But if you can help us with getting contact with the former player, I would be more than happy to support a study in your countries.
No more questions?
So questions to Massimo Busacca, referees? Yes, there is a question. Osvaldo Pangrazio.
My name is Osvaldo Pangrazio, Confederación Sudamericana de Fútbol. Voy a hacer la pregunta en español.
And I will make my question and give my question in Spanish. Last week, we were on the fringes of the Copa de America and the celebrations that were taking place there, and we spoke to the referees that they should suspend the match for 3 minutes. And the doctor concerned told me that there was no clear indication from the part of FIFA that they should do. So therefore it's very, very important to get that information out, and that it should also be communicated to the confederations that they can suspend proceedings and the matches for 3 minutes in case of severe heat.
Very clear this morning, and I also mentioned how it's important that the referees, first of all, understand immediately the situation. Today, unfortunately, in football, we have players that at the end of the game, they are losing time, they fell down, it happened, it doesn't happen. So the referee have to be clever. He's not a doctor. You have to understand what happened and then give immediately the opportunity to the doctor to go inside, to check what happened, and give the time. Then we will discuss again internally how will be the communication, the procedure, let's say something official. But what I want to insist is that the referee, even today, without having, something official in your hands, we can instruct them to say, take your time. You can add the time at the end, but we can save life. And then let the doctors and the teams, the coach, communicate each other, and when they are ready again, we start again. This is what has been discussed with Professor Dvorak this year, after the World Cup. And then about the procedure, we will talk again internally. But even today, without something official, the referee can be intelligent to give all the time and to give the first aid to the players that get injured.
It is very official, actually. If the doctor, and remember that very well, if the doctor on the pitch makes this sign, it means head injury. The referee will interrupt for 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes automatically. We have the power, and use the power, because we want to demonstrate that we are looking after the health of the players.
Another point is that we receive many times the question, are 3 minutes enough for a serious examination? And our answer is, if 3 minutes are not enough, please take away the player from the field.
So that leads us to the discussion.
No,
yeah. Yeah. Question?
Two questions there.
Oui, excusez-moi.
Yes, excuse. I would like to please speak French, if you allow. Thank you. Thank you for the information given by our colleague Massimo. Excellent presentation. I would just like to add the importance that mental preparation also has for the referee in order to react to severe injuries and to improve their performance vis-à-vis the players. I think we also need to react to that and prepare referees accordingly.
It was mentioned really many times this morning, and I also said again that our preparation is very important. Today we have to be intelligent. That means we understand what is going on the game. It's not anymore the love of the game and follow what is written in a book. Today is very important, the common sense. We have to understand what is going on. And only in this way, if the referee is very intelligent, he will prevent. He will talk with players, he will communicate, and by communication we can prevent a lot. And I think you mentioned something important, and we are insisting together in our part in referee with the project again by F-MARC, how we can implement this part. And you will see, because we are not standing, we are already working for the next important competition, we want to improve. How we can improve? Really be clever and intelligent.
One more question.
And as Yuji said earlier, take the opportunity to look at the YouTube videos. The videos from the last World Cup have been extremely, as you've seen from Dr. Fetterman, extremely helpful for each of us to see how fast the game is, how the referee may not be looking at a certain angle or a certain situation, how the physician or the player interacts. Those lessons are important for all of us to learn. So take those opportunities, look at those videos, and learn for yourselves exactly what the lessons are and how the referees can collaborate, how the doctors can communicate with the players and other players. Very helpful for us. But once we saw those, we took a critical eye. It gave us a whole new understanding of what was happening, which is important for each one of us.
My question there.
The last question to the referees.
Yes. Abdulkader Muazu from Nigeria. It's just a question about the health of the referees. Unfortunately, we have also seen among referees incidents of sudden death. Referees collapsing and dying, especially during fitness tests. I don't know whether you can, in Nigeria we have recorded 3 deaths in the last 4 years. The last one 2 years ago. can you recommend also designing a PCMA for referees for the MS, at least so that they are mandated to undergo medical screening before the fitness test to ensure that those who come are safe to undertake it? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very good question. You know, I compared before every top players like a top referees. So we have to know how is our health condition. And that's why we recommend not only for FIFA referees, but for all the referees that is going to do a physical test to do the ECG as we are doing before every important competition. We have to know how is our condition. So we are recommending in every member association course to do with the referee before they arrive to the course to do really a test. And this is really mandatory, but this can be confirmed by the doctors inside this room today.
Confirmed. So we go to the next presentation, concussion. Head injuries. Yes. Here in front. Andrew Pipe from Canada.
Good morning. Thank you for a very clear presentation. One of the most useful apps that most physicians had on their iPhones was the SCAT2 app. When you turn on the SCAT2 app now, it says this is no longer in place. It's been replaced by the SCAT3 paper version. Could FIFA use its influence to try to ensure that the SCAT3 app could be made available to physicians? It would be very, very useful for us.
We have the one responsible in the audience. It's a clear mandate, Connie. You include the SCAT3 in the apps. Done. Next question. Yes.
You want to go?
Here.
He's angry.
Hello, this is Depi Koxenoglu from Greece, Greek Cafe. I would like to ask something regarding the FIFA project, FIFA 11 Plus. For sure, it's a very useful project for players and the referees' health as well. However, the federation, in order to implement this project, they need to have specialists and to spend a lot of money for this project. My question is, there is any plan from FIFA in order to assist the federation financially for this project?
Yes, thank you for your question or consideration. Actually, as we said, it's very important to have first a strong willingness to promote this program. Then concerning the cost, this is all relative because you can have a simple action plan which doesn't involve too many costs. And we also seen that the program itself, it's a very simple one. If you don't want to produce the material, everything is on the website, related materials. And what we provide is, of course, a support, typically with a first basic instructor course to start up the enrollment and rollout of the program. Don't know if Jiří would like to further comment.
It's fine. More questions to the 11 plus? Yes?
No, I'm sorry about the concussion. In Dr. Mayor from Puerto Rico, there are many games where, due to budget, the doctor or the other team is not there. So is the doctor of the opposing team able to take a player out of the game from the opposing team because he fears he had a concussion?
That's a difficult one.
We leave it with you in Puerto Rico.
We
Yes?
have a similar issue with Major League Soccer, is that the home field doctor is responsible for both teams. And getting back to that concept, one world, one medical team, it doesn't make a difference. You're responsible for the player, regardless of jersey, in that situation, certainly.
Thank you, Bert.
Yeah.
One question here in the back.
Thank you. John McLean from Scotland. If I can be allowed a comment rather than a question. Following on the back of the well-publicised events in the World Cup regarding concussion and also in rugby, we've taken the opportunity in Scotland to work with Scottish Rugby and the Scottish FA, and as of last week, we've just produced a consensus guidelines to cover grassroots sports across the country, including the Scottish Government and our national sporting organisation. So we now have a set of evidence-based guidelines based on Zurich and some of the work World Rugby have done that will be adopted across all sport in Scotland at grassroots with very clear return-to-play guidelines.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Last question for concussion. Or
no, this is just a comment again. Raymond Ford, Barbados, just following on to two comments came out. One from my African colleague, mental health, and another colleague just now. We've seen that most research studies are conducted in countries with established programs, and I know this is understandable and desirable because of cost, but can some financial consideration be given to develop the research capacity and capability of those lesser developed nations? And Jerry, can I get a done to this as well?
I will answer that. The process is very simple. You make a proposal, a research proposal, if it's sound and if it's following the scientific approach. Then we had studies in Ghana, we had studies in Kenya, we had studies in countries. Yes, it can be done. You are very welcome.
Concerning the global financial remuneration, you may not forget that FIFA offers to each national association a certain amount of money every year, and it is in your own national association that you have to lead the discussion to invest part of that in the medical care.
I just want to make one point. We just completed a study in the U.S. looking at the U.S. Soccer Academy, and we've been at prevention in 11 for 15 years. It turns out that only 1/3 of our coaches are doing prevention programs. So really what it comes down to, we started out with a top-down program. It really requires all of us. These are simple things. It requires the leadership of the respective MA and the commitment to the coaches, the referees, the players, the parents. It really doesn't take a lot of money. It really starts with a commitment. It can use money to help fuel it. But the reality is commitment, number one, and then implementing, executing, number two. And as you heard, the compliance is so key to it. So it's the leadership from all of us here that will allow us to implement in the world going forward.
Okay. So question to 11 plus for Mario Bizzini, or comments? No more. I have one comment for 11 plus. I think if we have it translated only in 20 languages and having you here from 198 countries, please help us to translate in all languages. It's very simple. You get the template, you just translate, and the rest will be done by the medical office in Zurich. Question there, last comment.
Rodri Martin from Football Association of Wales. My question really is regarding the injury data you're collecting, and then specifically how we're preventing some of those injuries. And I've noted a paper recently demonstrating how the load during adolescence in the elite level of the game was causing potential longer-term injuries in athletes such as hip, cam and pincer lesions. I just wondered what input FIFA are looking in regards to the management of player load during their developmental years.
Who would take the floor? Bert, do you want to take the floor?
Yeah, I can see.
You know, I think that the study that we did last few years ago and published 2 years ago regarding the hip, groin issues, and the high incidence of cam deformities really raises the question. And everything happens in a stepwise level. And I think we made that conclusion that the injury to the hip is occurring somewhere between 15 and 18. And I think it behooves all of us to take a less is more strategy at those ages. But I think that has to be part of the preventive strategy going forward. We haven't specifically addressed that in those terms yet, but I know that amongst the FIFA Medical Centers of Excellence, that these kind of questions and studies are now being fermented as we speak. So I think this is kind of a next step issue going forward.
Yes, if I can comment maybe just very quickly. This is, of course, a very important aspect, but nowadays, even in the peer-reviewed literature, there is not very much concerning this possible relationship concerning training loads, match loads, at injuries. There has been mostly publications, presentations at conferences, as an example recently in Copenhagen at the World Congress on Science and Football. And there is more information, research questions that need to be established and studied to better understand these relationships.
Okay, thank you very much, all the speakers. So you can return to your seats. So you introduce Tim Meyer. Ja, ich weiß. Danke.
And now we come to perhaps the most important and the most actual theme in our actual life in football medicine, the sudden cardiac death. And we will now look at the FIFA 11 steps to prevent sudden cardiac death. Speaking about epidemiology and the global registry, I give again the floor to Tim Meyer. Tim, please.
Thank you, Michel. Just waiting for the presentation. All right. This presentation is a little bit to take you on board, because the registry that I'm going to explain to you how it works and why we need it is something for each single country. You can participate, you can simply go on board, and I think there is very little barrier. Just contact us. I'll come back to that later. So I think really something you can help us with. And your help is needed, of course. Over the last few years, I was able to collect these 18 tragedies, sudden cardiac death on the field, and this is probably just the tip of the ice mountain. And but all of these players were in the early years of life and died away. Some of them, despite a PCMA being conducted on them. Some probably not, but this means that even though we try our very best, there is still something to be improved, possibly in later years, in different approaches of the PCMA, or in other preventive measures. Nevertheless, sudden cardiac death remains a rare event. These are estimated data from Germany, because there is no registry over the last years that delivers better data. So there is 700,000 sudden cardiac death in the whole population. Cardiac death in the whole population. And sudden cardiac death is regarded among 100,000. But only 500 of them are expected to occur during sporting events. So still a low number, and they're distributed, of course, between sports and also in the lower and the upper leagues. So there is maybe a single or even 0 cases remaining for the upper leagues in football, but this does obviously not mean that it shouldn't be addressed. There are special features of our beloved football that may give rise to an increased risk during football due to the catecholamine rise during at least the intense periods of the football play. We have obviously an increase in heart rate. This can go up to the maximum heart rate during match play, that's what we know. And we also have an increase in the blood pressure. So there are certain cardiovascular risk factors during the match. Therefore, by the 36th Bethesda Conference, football is regarded a high dynamic, a low static sport, and they add that there is a danger of bodily collision because this was the purpose of that meeting. There seems to be an epidemiology, as far as we have data, we have very few. There seems to be an epidemiology that's different between countries. You see, these 3 studies, they have a very low number of cases being reported, below 50. And if we have a look into France, this is a country where football is very popular. Football is leading before tennis. In Croatia, it's about the same, but only 5 cases in physicians who play these games. And in Japan, it's golf that delivered the most cases for 30 myocardial infarctions during sport. I think this is rather a resemblance of the popularity of the sports in the countries than showing us that football is really dangerous. And even if we have a look into larger epidemiologic studies, I can show you that there are vast differences between the statistics being made. Look at this. This is a 30-year review of incidences of sudden cardiac death in young persons at the age where these could be your athletes, and in slightly older persons. And what we see is congenital causes, of course, in the young ones. Only 2%, remember that please, of hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. And even in the older age, it's just 3%. But a considerable number of coronary artery disease already at that age. And then a well-known study being conducted by Barry Maron shows us that of all these 690 cases, 251 were caused by hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. So this is more than 1/3, contrasted to 2% and 3% in the other statistics. That means that dependent on whatever reason, possibly on the country where the study is conducted, on the age or whatever, we have large differences in the statistics, and this means it's not easy to clearly define what we are searching for. Because this is important because the choices of our screening tools is definitely dependent on the disease that we are screening. For example, hypertrophic cardiomyopathy can be well screened by a resting ECG and consecutive echocardiography, but other diseases like, for example, myocarditis cannot so easily be detected. It is probably dependent on the region where people come from. We know that certain diseases are more frequent in Europe or more frequent in Western Africa. But there is no precise picture of that yet. Of course, availability of screening tools can also be an issue that has been discussed earlier, but from a medical point of view, it shouldn't, of course. This is why the FIFA Sudden Death Registry has been installed. It's a worldwide registry, so aiming at all countries participating in football, all of the 209 countries. And the aims are, obviously, to describe the distribution of the underlying diseases. There may be a football-specific pattern. I personally don't believe in that, but it's still possible, and we don't know. Of course, we should try to assess the size of the problem. This cannot only be assessed from the number in well-known players. Probably the even larger problem is in the lower leagues. But they should also be avoided, if ever possible. And finally, of course, we want to improve our prevention. This is mainly our screening measures, but not necessarily confined to that. We have 3 main pillars of this registry. One, completely existing, is an internet-based registry that can be accessed from all over the world. Jiří has already shown you the internet address. I will show you the address later also. And it can also be used for your national registries. It's already available in several languages. So it means if you, for example, put a link onto your website, let's say this is the registry of country XYZ, and link it to our registry, then someone who clicks on your link just is brought to this registry in the language that you prefer and can put in the information. Secondly, we're aiming at having at best, representative sample of countries with which we establish a closer link. This will not be possible for 209 nations, but we have several countries already contacted and are waiting for your contact if you're interested in that. It will be a close collaboration. We see what's possible in the country and try to do that together, to build up the registry together. And finally, media is monitored. This should not be underestimated as a source of information. We've seen that from a national registry that we are running now over several years. This is a project group. I think you may know most of these persons. Christian Schmid is not present today. He's from Zurich, but today he needs to be in Salzburg. And this is Jürgen Schahak, who stays in my own department and is conducting the registry there. This is how it looks in English. If you come to the FIFA SDR sudden death in football, then some explanations are made. You don't have to read them. You can go directly to the report a case, but that might be necessary, and also some information is given about the backgrounds of the diseases and possible treatments. This is what is later reported to the sudden death registry team. Just your function, your country where you come from, the gender of the victim, the age range, and some other information being supplied by you, not the name. So this is still anonymous. The person or the relatives, of course, the relatives will be contacted later with a little delay and asked for permission. Without that permission, these cases cannot be collected. But very often, this is our experience, the relatives have an interest in sharing this information to avoid later sudden cardiac death in other persons. This is a media monitoring system. Again, this will not work in the same manner in all countries, but it's still possible to gain a lot of information about that way. A summary of everything that I've said and everything that I forgot to mention is in open access article in the British Journal of Sports Medicine. The FIFA Sudden Death Registry can be downloaded easily. And even if you write an email to us, we'll provide that for you. No problem at all. Let's summarize that. Sudden cardiac death or sudden cardiac arrest is definitely a problem that we have to address. And to be good in preventing it, to be good in deciding about which screening methods to use, we need more information than we have now. Probably, and this is probably one of the reasons why we have so little information, there are differences between countries. So the screening might need to be different between Europe and Asia and Africa and South America. This worldwide registry is something you can step in. Just write an email to us. We'll give you the information. You can use it as your own registry in your country. All the cases will be reported back to you, enabling you a complete picture of what's going on in your country. So you're invited to cooperate. These are the email addresses to be used. Please use them. Contact us. We're dependent on your information. Thanks very much for your attention.
So now I ask Ephraim Kramer to continue about the management of sudden cardiac arrest on the pitch. Ephraim?
Thank you very much. I just really want to thank the two honored gentlemen on my right who have put an enormous amount of energy and effort and enthusiasm into the research, the planning, the treatment of sudden cardiac arrest. F-MARC at this moment in time leads the world in sport in terms of trying to find out why and what we need to do. And in fact, we're even ahead of the American Heart Association in what they know and what they publish. And that's why it's important that we have a presentation that we're having today, because what I'm about to say and what if you're not up to speed on it, you can't get it on the literature unless you read what we've been published from the FIFA side. This is not yet in the various American Heart Association or ILCOR. So I know it's before lunch, I know it's getting late, people might be a bit hypoglycemic, just all of you wake up. I need to get some information to you. Please leave your cell phones and iPads and everything for a minute and just learn a few things that we can to save life, because that's what this is about. You might have names on a slide that might not mean much. You might have names on a slide that are a statistic. These people are dead. Let's make no ways about it. Every single photograph you see has dead. As I show tomorrow afternoon, and we'll do some of this afternoon, in the last 3 weeks, 5 footballers have died. 2 in Belgium, 1 in Argentina, One, sadly, 11-year-old in my own country, South Africa, and one died yesterday. So this is real. It might not be common, it might not be frequent, but it's real and something that we have to take note of. Because it's an iceberg. We only see the tip. We only see what the media write about. We don't know everybody else that's having. It can happen in a village, it can happen in a city, it can happen in a town, it can happen in any country in the world, and if it doesn't get reported in the media, we just don't know about it. And that's why the registry is absolutely vital, that we get as much information that we can to be able to try and stop this and manage this if we can. So, what is cardiac arrest? Well, that's cardiac arrest. That's a heart in cardiac arrest. It's not still, it's not dead, it's in cardiac arrest, and it's something that we have to be able to treat. And something that if we treat it and we do it, get there quickly, we can do something about, and we can survive. Dr. Michel, I think, was one of the first people in this room to be able to resuscitate a player in 1974? 1972. So that's how far it goes back. It's not something that's new. It's just reported more because of the media that we have. And so how do we do this? We've talked about, and we heard from Dr. Beasley about you need an emergency plan. You cannot go onto a field of play without an emergency plan. It's part of what you need to have. You can have the training, you can have the skills, you can have the equipment. If you don't have a plan, when this thing happens, it just falls to pieces. And time is actually critical in this event. So we talk about 4 things when we get to sudden cardiac arrest. We have to be able to recognize when it happens. We're able to respond on the field of play. We've got to start the resuscitation, and we've got to get the patient off the field if we have to at the end of the day. So the first part of recognition is something which is specific to sport. And it's something that's come from F-MARC, from the research that we've done, and that is a non-contact collapse. It are 3 words which is new in terms of sudden cardiac arrest. And that is something you have to understand. Any player that is vertical, that all of a sudden collapses horizontally onto the field of play without any contact whatsoever, that, until you prove otherwise, is a sudden cardiac arrest, and that's how we're going to respond, and that's how we're going to behave, and that's how we're going to act, and we're going to activate an emergency plan. That is something that we have to understand. If you then respond to that play and they're unconscious, that is a cardiac arrest. You don't need any other signs, you don't need any other symptoms. Whatever CPR course you were taught about family and friends and all that is irrelevant at this moment in time. There are 2 new signs in football: non-contact collapse and the patient's unconscious. And that's important to understand, because when you see what a non-contact collapse is, it's very simple and very easy. So have a look exactly what it is, because I can't repeat the slide. It's easy to see. That means the medical people on the team need to be watching the field. The medical people on the team need to be watching the players. The medical people on the field are not watching the game. You want to watch the game, buy a ticket. But if you're on duty, that's a responsibility that you have, to look after the players and the referee and everybody that's on the field. Because it happens, and it happens regularly. We need to be able to see it. And if you watch it, a non-contact collapse is not something that is difficult. Your player was conscious, your player is fit, healthy, alive, awake and alert and playing the game, and all of a sudden they collapse. And nothing makes them collapse. There's no contact there. So if you watch, you'll see exactly what we're talking about. All of a sudden, down goes a player. That patient, that player is in cardiac arrest. They have a heart that's busy doing what you saw now. And we need to be able to get to them very quickly to be able to sort them out and be able to revive them, so that you can't have people do things that are not relevant in terms of saving the player. Physiotherapy, massage, you're not going to bring this player back at the end of the day. So it's important that we understand, and this happens with many players, and I can go on and on and on about what happens to these players when they collapse. So we have a time-critical incident here. We have 120 seconds to get to that player. We don't have 3 to 5 minutes in the normal person as a cardiac arrest in somewhere in an airport or in a shopping center or somewhere else. We have 120 seconds. We have a heart that might be large. We have a heart that might be inflamed. If it's myocarditis, we're to get to that player quickly. We're to get to them, and we've got to start resuscitating that person. And that's why, from a FIFA point of view, we are teaching everybody. We are teaching venue medical officers before tournaments now. We are teaching team physicians before they go into the tournaments now. Okay, with people like Murray and Massimo, we've got an incredible opportunity to teach the referees who take to the training incredibly. They really want to know what and when and how, because they want to be empowered. And we even need to go down to parents and coaches and everybody. It's something that you have to know to be able to do, to be able to get these people and be able to train them. And that's where you've heard that we actually changed the rules. That when we see a player go down in non-contact collapse, the medical team will enter the field. There's no time for the ball to go out of play, for the referee to see what's going on, to run across to the player, to see the players unconscious, to call the team's physician and physio onto the field, to then there's no time for that. The moment we see a non-contact collapse, the medical team, 3 people run into the field with their equipment, 1 will go to the 4th official, inform what's going on, run onto the field, join them, and they start resuscitating. Long before the whistle may even have gone, because that is how time critical it is. And to change the rules of football, you all know, is not something easy, it's not something light, it's not something that gets done every day. It's done because this is a life-threatening situation. And we need to understand it, we need to know about it, and we need to do something about it very quickly. When they do respond, after recognizing it, you need to take the team onto the field, and you need to have the right equipment. And let's understand in 2015 what that equipment is. There is a team that goes on. There's a FIFA emergency medical bag, or there's an equivalent that goes on. And that's why the FIFA medical emergency bag was developed, so that everybody has at least the minimum amount of equipment, the same equipment that you can talk together, work together, and you know what's going on inside that bag. And then there's this AED. Because as everybody knows, in 2012, at the second medical conference, we said the ABC of football was A is an AED, B is blow the whistle, and C is commence the game. In that order and in that priority. If you don't have an AED, then don't start the game. Otherwise, B and C becomes buys of a coffin, because that's what's going to happen. So decide which one you want to do at the end of the day. And there's a long trauma board that goes with that, because you're able to get the player on board and be able to take them off if you have to. And then comes resuscitation. And resuscitation is very simple. What are the signs of cardiac arrest? We said non-contact collapse and an unconscious player. Do not get fooled by breathing. When you get there 120 seconds, they can still be breathing until they slow down, until they stop. You're not waiting 90 seconds for the breathing to stop. So if they're breathing or not, irrelevant. They are still in cardiac arrest if they have a non-contact collapse and they are unconscious. And then there's something that we have to be very careful of, that we have slow myoclonic seizure-type movements. The brain almost tries to stimulate as it's becoming hypoxic, and you have these movements. And these movements are important. If you look at Fabrice Muamba and his feet, he's in cardiac arrest. But when you look at him, his feet are moving. His feet should not be moving because he's in cardiac arrest. So it's important to understand that if you have a non-contact collapse and unconscious, that's a cardiac arrest. If they are breathing or not, whether they're moving their limbs or not like a seizure, it's not a seizure. There are many places in the literature where they say the patient had a seizure and then went into cardiac arrest. It's part of that cardiac arrest. And we need to understand this, because this is what happens in football, this is what happens in sport, and those that are not involved in sport and football do not know this, and they get fooled to think the patient's having a seizure. And then when we get to the player, the first thing we do is put them on their back. We turn them gently, but carefully on their back, because it's only on the back that you can do what you need to do, and that's very simple. We're going to start chest compressions, and we're going to use the AED. So we need to know how we are going to turn that player who has now collapsed, because when they fall down, as you can see, they don't put their hands out. They're unconscious before they hit the ground, which means when they hit the ground full force. They fall flat on their face, or they fall flat on their backs, and there's a neck that could have been gone. So we're always aware of the fact that their heart has stopped. We've got to be careful of that neck. So we need to know how to turn them. We need to know how to get them on their back. That once they're on their back, we can start resuscitating them. And what you see is the services and the medical team at the Maracana Stadium during the World Cup. We train and we train and we train some more. We don't sit and have a cup of coffee, we train. And we train until everybody knows exactly what they need to do, how they need to do it, how they work in a team, how they can do this thing properly. That's what medical teams are about. We don't have stretcher teams. Those have gone a long time ago. We have medical teams that are trained and they know what to do and how to do it because they've got to do it properly. And then we start chest compressions and we do the defibrillator. And we need to know how to do that, okay? So if you have a heart that has no compression, there's nothing squeezing the heart, it just sits there and does nothing, when you get to shock that heart, it doesn't respond. It doesn't respond because it's inflated, it's got no oxygen coming to it, it's been sitting there doing nothing, it goes nowhere. If you have a heart that has compression done to it, I don't advise you to do this on the field, that's my job. Okay? If you squeeze that heart and you get it going and then you shock that heart, then it will respond. So there are two things that we're going to do. We are going to compress that heart and we're going to shock that heart and it looks like this. It's pumping, it's active, it's back again, it's doing what it's supposed to do. That's what we want to happen. That's what we want to do at the end of the day. So what does CPR stand for? Call, push, and recharge. Don't come with long names that nobody can pronounce. Okay? Those are the three elements of what we need to do. We need to summon people to the field and do that immediately. We need to be able to compress that chest. Because if you don't compress that chest and you don't do it properly, and you don't do it efficiently, and you don't get the blood going, you don't keep the brain alive. Chest compression keeps the heart and the brain alive. When you get the AED, the external automated defibrillator, that gets the heart going. But you've got to keep the brain going and the heart going. Otherwise, the heart comes back and the person is brain dead. Otherwise, you don't get the heart back either. So we need to know exactly what we need to do, and we've got to do this properly. And this probably comes with training and having the right equipment and knowing exactly what you need to do. What do we do in terms of CPR? We're going to compress the chest, as I said, and we're going to do AED. There's no breathing that we do on the field of play for the first 10 minutes. That's new to some of you. The player has got enough oxygen. That player has got enough hemoglobin. That player's been running around. They are well aerated. They are well oxygenated. They don't need anybody to go and do mouth-to-mouth. Now, I know that certain women might want to do mouth-to-mouth and certain players, if they do catch them, that's what they want to do. It's nothing to do with what they need. There's no oxygen needed. For the first 10 minutes, you just compress that chest and get that blood going, and get that blood going to the brain to keep it alive and going to the heart to keep it alive. We only need to come and provide oxygen afterwards after 10 minutes, and there's plenty of time to do that, what we need. So we need hands. Anybody's got hands. Everybody's got hands. A number of people on the field have got hands. All you got to do is coordinate what those hands are going to do. You can teach somebody to do external chest compression in 5 seconds. You don't think, you just do. You need an AED to be able to shock that heart because that's the only way you're going to get them back. You do not need to worry about ventilation, mask, and all that kind of stuff that you need. How do we get the airway sorted out? In terms of the FIFA emergency medical bag, that is what we use now called the laryngeal mask airway. We'll show you that this afternoon at some of the practicals because it's simple, easy. If you've never seen this device and you get that packet the first time, you can be able to put it in 35 seconds. It's not too difficult, okay? So it's easy to use. You can put it down. This is part of the training we've done in Abuja. In fact, in Nigeria, these are team physicians that took over 20 emergency medical bags from the Premier League that never seen this before at all. And within seconds, these guys could put it down and ventilate without any problem whatsoever. It's easy, it's simple, it's cheap. Anybody in the world can have it. That's what's in the FIFA medical emergency bag to be able to provide that. Which drugs do we use? How do we use it? When do we use it? The answer to that is very simple regarding any drugs. None. There's not a single drug in history in the last 52 years we've been doing CPR that has ever proved to have anything to do with prognosis and bring back mortality. All the drugs do, instead of dying on the field, you die in the hospital, but they don't have anything to do with resuscitation. So forget about drugs in terms of cardiac arrest. There's a fourth element besides recognition, response, and resuscitation, and that is removing the player from the field. There is no training given in any CPR course in the world how you move that person. We talk about compression, we talk about ventilation, we talk about AED use, we talk about calling the emergency services. No one ever instructs anybody how to get that player out of there. And we have to be part of that training because we have to get that player. If that player's pulse comes back and they start breathing, you ought to get them to hospital. If that player's pulse does not come back, you still got to get them to hospital. And there's a way of doing it, and that has to be trained because it has its way of doing it. That's why the ambulance needs to be there. It needs to be fully equipped. It needs to be fully staffed. It needs to be fully operational. It needs to be fully functional, and it's got to be in a position where it can get onto the field. Or if for whatever reason you can't get him on the field, you need to be able to get the player to the ambulance easily, okay, and quickly. It mustn't be somewhere where it shouldn't be. And that's why you always have 2 fully equipped intensive care ambulances in the tunnel that can get to the field when we have an event today. And when you get them on the field, there's a way you need to do it. There's a way in which you don't need to do it. That player is going to be put on a board. They're going to be strapped to a board. The AED is going to be strapped with a player to the board. They're going to have their head in blocks, and that's how you're going to take them off. And if you don't know that, then you need a course to be able to learn how to do that. And that's what the FIFA football emergency medical courses are all about. They've been done in many countries because that's been done for a while now, and we just train and train and train to teach people what they need to do. And it's on the website, it's on the YouTube, it's on the books, it's on the British Journal of Sports Medicine. It's all there. All you got to do is go and read it and find out how to do it, because if you can't get the player to hospital, you've got a problem on your hands. So it's important that people understand that. For example, if a player does not have a pulse back, you can't just pick them off and walk up the field. Because if you're compressing that chest, that patient is living. If you don't compress the chest, that player is dying. And so you cannot stop compressions for more than 10 seconds. And you need to know that. You need to be able to teach that. And you've got to have the discipline to do that. So here we're doing a training session once again in the stadium. And they need to know, 10 seconds and down you go. And then you do CPR for at least a minute. And when you've got some oxygen going around, then you can pick it up, and then you can run for another 10 seconds, and down you go. It is training, it is practice, it is skills acquisition, it is doing what needs to be done in order to get that player back to life, because that's what the aim is. The aim is not what you do, it's the aim to get this player back again. And you can see, there's the ambulance, there's the door open, there's the people training again and again. At the end of the hour, they are sweating like a player who's been on the field for 90 minutes. No problem, as long as you know what you should do and how you should do it. That's what we should be doing in every single member association in the world. There's no one who's exempt from this training, because we never know when the next cardiac arrest is going to happen. There is an app that has been developed, okay, that is part of FIFA. It's been developed by a number of people. It is a set of 11 videos which tells exactly how you go about treating a sudden cardiac arrest in football. You can use it to teach, and you can use it to treat, and it can be downloaded, and it is free, and that is everybody's homework for tomorrow morning, and don't come back if you haven't downloaded this, because that's what you need to do, and need to get to as many people as we can, because that's what it's going to be. This is what the result must be of a sudden cardiac arrest. We can try and prevent it with PCMA as much as we can. We have to be able to treat it when it does happen, and the result has got to be this. The result has to be the biggest smile in the world when you were dying and somebody saved your life. And that's where we need to be at the end of the day. Then we can take that iceberg, and instead of being underwater, we can bring it up, and we can melt it, and we can make it disappear. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank Professor Ephraim Kramer, not only for this fantastic conference, but for his fantastic work in the service of the medical world of football. You have no idea how many people he has instructed all over the world during these last years. He really became a top collaborator in our medical field. Ephraim, thank you very much for all that.
Comments, questions, first to Tim Meyer about the sudden cardiac arrest and death registry, sudden death. Please help us. If you hear, just communicate immediately. We have 198 countries here, we should know. Yes, there is a comment.
I'm Dr. Lalek Naik from Sri Lanka. Actually, finding out the cause of the sudden cardiac death is very important. For that, we have to do pathological postmortem. Actually, most of the time the cause for sudden cardiac death cannot be found out very easily. So in our country, we have faced that situation because the obvious causes will be actually diagnosed very easily, but the other causes can't be find out very easily in pathological postmortem itself. How can you help us, and how can you advise us?
Well, I think we must all be aware that it will be virtually impossible to have all those victims autopsied. So, but we know that there is a lot of information that can be gained even without an autopsy from the doctor that has been treated the patient, from the relatives, and it's not only a matter of scientific evidence, but we can still collect valuable information even though there's no autopsy done. I don't think that we can help you with autopsies to be done because it's a legal matter that's different from country to country. There are countries that autopsy almost everybody, in others almost nobody. So there will always be a mix between different situations, and I don't think that we will ever have influence on the regulations of autopsies in a country.
Bahamas.
Thank you. I was looking at the slide when you were showing the slide for using the registry, and I wasn't certain. So let me ask the question. Is this just for football? Or are you looking at the registry for sudden cardiac arrest in other sports as well? And if it is in other sports as well, because I understand you were looking at various aspects of it, but in the slide, is there a space for a particular sport? For example, we know we're looking at soccer. What if someone has a SCA in tennis, for example, or golf?
Well, it is a FIFA registry,
Right.
which means that it's focusing on football. There is a space for remarks, so it's definitely possible to put in a case from tennis. Okay. This will probably not enter our final statistics, but it's still of interest to get a global picture. But, well, so far the information has mainly been given to the football community.
Here in front.
Good afternoon, Daniel Morgan, Bermuda Football Association. 2 months ago, we had a young under-20 footballer passed away, sudden cardiac arrest. He had diagnosis of sickle cell trait. And in our screening, he was saying that obviously he knew about it and he had to stay well hydrated. I wanted to know if that sickle cell trait is something that you guys have seen and should have not been playing.
Well, as sickle cell trait has a certain distribution all over the world, and it is rare in Germany. This means that I've seen one. I know from one single case close to us, but that's it. I know definitely that sickle cell trait can be a cause for sudden cardiac death, or not directly, but the difficulties arising from that. Please put it into the registry, and if you're personally interested, give us your name, and we'll keep in contact.
That's the power of communication. Next question in the back.
Thanks to FIFA for the provision of the medical bag. It reached almost all associations, but my question that we only cover the national team, being that is the property of the association. We've got many rich clubs, actually, who have got stadia, and we cannot implement the policy that such a rich club could have this bag for his team. The other thing, that the pre-competition assessment is only done usually in our country, for example, for the foreign recruited players. And it is never implemented on the national players. Is there any way of implementing such policies? I mean, I used to call it the pre-recruitment medical assessment and not the pre-competition medical assessment, because it is never run through national teams. Thank you very much indeed. This is Dr. Zuhair from Sudan.
Yes.
Dr Shafik Jaraya, Fédération tunisienne de football, président de la commission médicale.
From the Federation in Tunisia and chair of the Medical Council, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Kramer for instructing us so well in Cameroon in the use of the AED. And I would simply like to add that I would like to stress how true it is that referees do run 15 to 20 kilometers a match, but very often when they are doing tests, when they're doing blood tests, it is absolutely important that defibrillators, AEDs, be present.
Was it a comment or a question?
Est-ce que vous voulez répéter?
Could you please repeat your question that you'd like to put to Professor Kramer? When they are conducting these tests, do AEDs, are they obligatory? Because we know that referees have to run very fast.
To the referees, because it is a moment where the referees really go to the maximum of their possibilities. That is the question.
So I didn't get the question, sorry.
If you think that there is necessity to have a defibrillator when they do some tests, referee tests, the Warner test, because they are really on the top of their possibilities at that moment.
The answer is very simple, yes. We have had referees who've died on the field in sudden cardiac arrest. We've had that in Nigeria. Nigeria, in fact, when they had one of the recent exercise tests, they had a referee who went down in sudden cardiac arrest, and they saved the referee because they knew how to do CPR, and they had an AED. So I think the referee, in my opinion, fits exactly the same as the footballer. When you're going to do exercise, you need to have an AED. And I think we're getting to that in the whole of football and in sports as a whole. If you're going to get in serious activities and competition and exercise, you have to have an AED there. It's as important as the ball, as important as the whistle for the referee. That's where we are going. You should not get involved in any competitive exercise unless you have a pre-competition medical. And I think that's where we are. That's the standard. If I can just answer the question about the football emergency medical bag. The football emergency medical bag was given by FIFA to all the medical associations. 1 month afterwards, we saved the life of a player in Nepal. So it's already saved 3 lives, that football emergency medical bag. But it's then up to the member associations to promote that in the countries. And Nigeria have just bought 20 for their premier teams. I think Thailand have just bought 40 bags. It's up to the member associations to be able to promote this from a top-down level, because that's the minimum that has to happen at the end of the day. Mr. Gigi knows exactly. He's carried 3 bags. So one and that's what the bag is about. The bag is about saving lives. This bag is equipped for 10 life-threatening emergencies. Everything is inside the bag, and that's what we're going to do this afternoon. And right at the outside of the bag is the AED. That AED is also specific for sports. It's not a normal AED with a normal working. We've made it specifically for FIFA, for football, what this machine does. So although we started at the top, we're on the way down to the bottom. But it's up to everybody here to make sure it goes, because there are countries that are doing that. There should not be a single match, exercise or competition or training without an AED on this bag. That's the standard of care. That's the lowest standard of care.
Donc la réponse à votre question est oui.
So the answer to your question is yes.
Last question.
Monsieur Dr. Sangaré, je suis le président.
Dr. Sangaré, I'm chair of the medical committee of the Mali Football Association. We have our national team. We have a technical report on the use of the defibrillator. When we were in Gabon, we had old, worn AEDs, and it was very difficult to get the right kind of batteries. Technically, could one possibly consider having different battery types? Because there are a lot of problems with this issue. And the second question I have is that in airports, we have a lot of problems using defibrillators in booths, or on planes, and there's also a risk of loss because we've lost some. Could FIFA give us an official document, perhaps, that would enable us to return into the booths, on board the plane with our defibrillators?
Of batteries, and the second question is they had difficulties in the airport to bring the defibrillators in the planes, so they asked if FIFA could not sign a document so that they can bring the defibrillators within the planes.
The reason why we have this AED and not any other, as I'll show you this afternoon, is that this AED runs on small Duracell batteries because of the problem that you have. The problem you have, it needs to be charged, it expires, it needs to be plugged into a wall with different kinds of plugs and electricity. That's why this device is being used, for that very reason. And you can go anywhere to a photographic shop or on a duty-free, anywhere in town, you buy 10 batteries and this machine works. That's why we chose this machine, because it makes it very mobile, international, all you need are small little batteries. As far as the airlines are concerned, the defibrillator is a safe device. It is carried in the planes itself. There's no IATA aircraft that does not have an AED as part of the doctor's bag. I travel with this bag the whole world, and nobody stops me taking the AED through. I just say to them, it's a machine to shock the heart, and they just let it through. There's no bombs, there's no explosives. If they want to, they can take a wipe and they can put it through the chemical. But I've never once in the last 5 years had anybody who stopped me taking this on board. And it must not go in the hold. It must go with you on board. There's nobody in the hold who needs the AED. There's people in the cabin who might need it. So you don't need a letter. It just goes with you. You just need to tell them what it is, and they're fine with it. So, and everybody in security all know about the machine to shock the heart.
Okay, there is a question.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm from Mongolia, and I'm Dr. Boller, and I'm the first time coming in this Congress, and I'm very happy. And I have one comment. The Mongolian organization, Football Federation organization, and vice president, is boarding is all is removed, and we don't have this FIFA medical bag and other products we don't have. And who gave me then AFC or FIFA? That's all the comments.
You have received one. Mongolia has also received one bag, so maybe it disappeared. But we can for sure assist you to organize one.
Okay, thank you.
Yes?
Not everybody.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Las Odisem from Botswana. Thank you very much for great presentations. I've been in Botswana for about 5 years. Before that, I was in the UK. And often when I see some of the elite players coming to see me, and I find that not even one of them have ever had an ECG or anything like that, so I tend to do them. And anyone who's got injuries, I do them. Abnormalities, I send off for echocardiography. So far, I haven't had anyone who had abnormal echoes. However, I always wondered what I would do if I was to see a young person, say 18 years old, coming in with abnormal echoes. I mean, in terms of giving them advice about whether they should continue participating in exercise or football or any form of sport. I just wonder what the advice would be from the panel here. Thank you.
Short answer.
I think it might be wise to, as far as I got that question, it might be wise to consult the Bethesda recommendations because they address all disease entities. So if you find that, you will definitely find the recommendations within the Bethesda recommendations. So the ones that I cited, and if you put it into Google or so, Bethesda recommendations, you'll find that.
So that concludes the morning session. We are half an hour or almost 35 minutes behind the schedule. We thank everybody, and please be on time at 2 o'clock in the audience again. So we have 45 minutes for lunch, which is served outside. Thank you.
If your player